Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. Gotta getting a little situated here. I feel like I've put on some weight since the holidays and my gym closing, and it's just been a weird time with some family stuff going on. I went to go throw on a hoodie, and it was too tight. It was too tight. Granted, it's a really old hoodie that I haven't worn in forever, and I don't remember it really fitting ever. But yeah, so then I had to go quickly grab a different one. Embarrassingly, gross. Anyway, let's get started, shall we? Good morning. Everything squared away. It is. Camera looks fine. Finally having coffee. I got up a long while ago, but I did not feel like actually having coffee at that moment. I had other stuff I wanted to get done. I was like, I don't got time for this. And now I got time for it. It was a great day. If you're wondering, it is a very plain gray sweatshirt I finally just grabbed. It's an old one from work, from an old job. It has the name of a video game on it that I don't care about. But it's a decently comfortable sweatshirt, so a win is a win. Weirdly enough, they had like a giant hoodie that they gave me. And it just has the company's Enway name on it. It is comfortable. The zipper broke off, but like it's one of those it's like way oversized, so I just wear it and I feel like I'm wearing like a cloak or something. So I suppose that would be nice when I'm feeling super overweight right now. Anyway, I've got a handful of stuff I wanted to go over, like a lot actually, before we even get started today. Like with drawing, though, I do have a lot I wanted to draw because I've got Ben all set up. I worked on some Squirrel Girl actually, but that is neither here nor there. Right now, we just got some other cool stuff to look at. I wanted to, we'll see. I wanted to boot up, so Fortnite and Marvel Rivals had updates today. Like, come on, why you both got to hit me like that, right? But I will boot up Marvel Rivals. We won't play it, obviously, but I will cruise through a little bit of the new things just to get to have Ben up on the side. But at any rate, let's close out the Epic Launcher. Let us get started and peek some cool art. I still grabbed 5, even though I had more I wanted to talk about. So we'll go quicker with our art perusing today. This is Antonio J. Manzanado. I already apparently am following him. Made a cool thing. Just a big old, it looks like just a rider. Looks cool. I like it. It feels very old school fantasy, right? Like something you'd see on like an old novel or something like that. Like this energy, like this like old painted approach like this, which I like. I like it a lot. It hits like a different vibe for me. I'm trying to think of, I cannot think of the artist it reminds me of, but an old Boris something. I don't know if Googling Boris Vallejo? Is that the artist I'm thinking of? Google it off stream so I don't look like a crazy person. Okay, yeah, it's very sexualized stuff, Boris Vallejo stuff. But like it was this old school fantasy. Like this is, for some reason it reminds me of like Boris Vallejo vibes. Not quite, but like this old energy of being like something you'd see on like a book or an old movie cover or something like that, movie poster. This is similar vibes for some reason to me with Boris Vallejo. Anyway, I already follow him, this guy here, so I'm sure I already have seen some cool stuff. Yeah, I remember looking at this guy. Apparently not though, because I never liked it, or I just was rude and didn't click like. Yeah, lots of creepy, very painterly stuff here. Worked on Diablo. More Diablo. Very cool. I would say I'd follow him, but guess what? We already are. This one got me just because the colors looked really cool. The colors and the spiky energy completely reminded me. I don't know who this is, what this character is, but it looks like from the newer He-Man. It was Evil Lyn buff. I don't remember what she was called. It reminded me of this. Her color scheme a little bit, the blue and the purple and the gold, right? And this back piece, 100%, right? That's beefy Evelyn, kind of. I know it's not. Just reminded me though. Very cool looking. I really like the simple nature of that. So I was curious to see if they had. Yes, their style is very much like this. This is Aki from China. Monkey King. You get me with a Wukong and I'm in. I am in. It's very like messy in the sense of it's hard to track where your eye goes, but that clearly is the vibe, right? Like that is the energy of that, what they're trying to go for. Especially with some of those like old Eastern paintings, how it was just like a lot of stuff with the characters in there like that. So that fits. All of these, like these look like commissioned things that they're noting to some of these, and I no clue. No clue whatsoever, but do they look dope? Absolutely. More Monkey King? AFK Arena. Okay, I have heard of AFK Arena. That makes sense. It kept just saying AFK before, so I didn't know exactly what that meant. Man, these are very cute things. All right, like I said, I'm trying to go quicker today because I know I've got a lot I wanted to look at too. But man, I say that and then I stumble on an artist like this and I just absolutely love looking at the way that they've got their shape work is really clean. Like they've got like this stuff, right? Super graphic shapes, very simplified and looks great. But then you got stuff like this where it's like just super painterly and really organic, but still this really graphic feel. Oh, talking. Okay. So clearly, this is an example then. I was just talking about how like it reminded me that one piece of Wukong, like old Eastern art. Clearly, that is something this person is very heavily inspired by. As we have the iconic wave image here, but painted in their own way. And with dragons, you know, because that's just how you do. Cool. Well, I could scroll through that person's entire feed, honestly, for just the 4 hours if I wanted. But we're not going to because that's a bit much. I didn't even notice that when I clicked on the thumbnail, I don't even think I saw because I think it was just like this. It's like bionic arm too. What do we got? Lawn. Ooh, that's a splash art. If I've seen one for a character designer, I like that. Lots of each color is not each color is distinct, but like they all have their own colors. Very energetic. Unfortunately, a lot of these get cut off on the top, but I'm sure that, yeah, just these pictures here. What is this from? Where's this giant robot with a baby in it from? Does not say. This Chinese horoscope series. So this might be their own thing. What is this pumpkin guy? I like that. I hate that so many of my things now, when we look at art, I'm like, I could see that in Fortnite. Like, such a nerd. But I could see that pumpkin dude in Fortnite. Ooh. And as a kid, I was so friggin' into Gundam. Oddly, now as an adult, when like a lot of my other friends do painting and that kind of stuff or the model kits, I'm like, yeah, they're cool. Like I don't actually engage in that fan base really anymore, other than appreciating the hell out of it. The best Gundam ever though is G Gundam, and if you don't agree, that just means because you just don't understand. Like, if you know, you know. G Gundam, greatest Gundam ever. Uh, it was Mobile Fighter G Gundam. It was so ridiculous because like I loved it. They got into basically motion capture suits. I don't even know if they'll see an image of that. But you can kind of see here, he's legit in just a mocap suit. Like, and they jump into like the center of the Gundam and they just are like floating and doing their own actions. Right, which to me made so much more sense because as a kid when I watched like Endless Waltz and the other like Gundam Wing series and they're like pushing things and hitting buttons as if it's like an actual like a jet. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. But then you give me this, that makes sense. He's jumping around, they're punching, you know. This is one where they just every country had their own Gundam, and that was kind of how they like solved wars and stuff. They just fought their Gundams, and it was like unbelievably stereotyped in like kind of a hilarious way, but pretty bad. Like where I think Holland or the Nether Gundam, the Netherlands, there is a giant windmill. Like that's it. That's what it is. Um, Gundam Maxter was literally just like red, white, and blue, and just like beefy for America. It was really dumb. Gundam Rose for France was so good. You could the Dragon Gundam for yeah. The Pharaoh Gundam for Egypt, and there's another like really goofy the Tequila Gundam for Spain. Like, come on, guys. Come on. And he's got like the hat and like a poncho energy, like the Matador Gundam. Is that Spain? I don't know flags actually. That's not I don't know what flag that is for the Matador. Viking Gundam for Norway. Like, yeah, this was good though. This was a very, very good show. Arguably the best Gundam ever to exist. And by arguably, I mean factually. So from a thumbnail, this piece reminded me of The Thing. Like at first glance, I saw it like as a thumbnail. I just saw the orange, like rocky texture on this horse, which obviously is not rock. Once I click on it, it's clearly wood. But I had to click on it because my brain thought it looked like The Thing. What is this? It's got a little sidecar for this cat who doesn't give an F. He's just cruising. All right. I don't know what Alad's Online is, but this is cool looking. Oh, this is an outsourcing studio from Kazakhstan. I'm not like super sold on any of these things, even their Fortnite fan art things. Don't quite hit the same as like it's just missing a little something. It looks cute though. I'm not saying it's not. Damn, 30 plus artists are working here. It's a big studio. Yeah, none of these things super gravitate towards me. This one just because it looked like a battle cat energy. I love that. I'll give that a thumbs up. Okay. One more piece, which said sketch dump. So I'm assuming there's a handful of things. But this Ms. Marvel looked dope. This style here. Can I? Nope, I don't want to download it. It's so messy and so clean at the same time. I love that. That's a little star, even her energy. I've talked about this before too in doing hands to like combine fingers, right? So everything kind of has three. And that's what this person's doing here too, right? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 fingers, but these two here, the middle and the ring, are kind of their same entity. And that's even back here. It's thumb, pointer, middle ring, and then pinky. It just simplifies drawings. Like you don't want that much going on with hands sometimes. And that does it. Oh my god. What? It's Professor X in like a friggin' tank. A tank body? That's the Marvel Rivals right there. I need to. Yeah, I'll send this to. I need to again. Don't mind me. We've got a Marvel Rivals. Boop. Cool. I know I'd forget. Yeah, that is the coolest design. I want that in Marvel Rivals now. And they're clearly Marvel Rivals inspired energy with these. They'd be, yeah, because like this is something else. These are very Marvel Rival-y drawings. With this way of painting, this etchy work, the rim light there. I love this. This person's so you know I struggle with backgrounds and somehow like making things look like they exist on. Man, this just keeps going. Holy shnikes. They exist on like a plane. Like look how simple this is. Right? This is just like super shapes, a little bit of a shadow on the feet, you know, on the floor. Sold. This has more energy to it, but if anything, it just accentuates his action, but it's not even like a background, but it just works then, right? You just look at that and you see it and it makes sense. And especially this, like, look at this. Clearly it looks like he's like walking through a swampy forest area. I can't imagine that took this person long at all though, right? It's just such a simplified. This is the kind of stuff I need to get better at. And I absolutely love when I see people able to execute that well. This is Ozan Pulat from Turkey, from Istanbul. Very dope style. Looks like doing like a lot of League of Legends-ish energy of like their splash art. And then it looks like he's trying to do, ooh, what is this? A Santa, a creepy, like Lord of the Rings vibe, honestly, for me. Like the helm and the cloak and stuff. And the beard and hair looks very dwarven. That's good. More. Oh, another sketch dump. Let's see how much is on this. Clearly, again, very Marvel Rivals-y. I would love that for Mysterio. Don't know what's really going on here, but I like that. I like this. So a lot of their stuff, they've done this where they have like a mask or a helmet or some sort of sculptural piece that they found a picture of. And then they just run with it and they make a whole design off of that. That's super smart and a good way to do it. Excuse me. Ozan Pulat. You've immediately, I mean, I was already going to follow after seeing that first picture. But then you're giving me the rest of this. I keep wanting to look at this weird thing. Oh, that's supposed to be a Krampus. Ah, that is so creepy, but cool. Okay, so I was right. It's Riot. These are fan art pieces for Riot stuff. So I was right. Envar Studios Discord channel. Ooh, there's our process videos. Love that. I don't know what the character is, but it's a dark magician, right? And she's got all these chess pieces. Clearly it's on like a chess board. I actually, oh, she's sitting down. Okay. I did not understand what the bottom was for a moment. She's sitting on like some sort of vine. I thought that was her leg. I was like, damn, she got She got a problem. You gotta go to the doctor. She gotta get that figured out. I really like all of these things. Cool. What is this? A jester with a weird with a blade feet. The bell on top. Kind of weird, the super round shapes everywhere. There's no balance to it, but clearly that was early work of theirs that they've gotten better. This totally I thought was like a weird breast. I was like, what is going on here? Is that a big old nippy? Nope. That is like a shoulder energy port. Do not know who Zaunit Varus is, but cool nipple port, bro. That's good. That's effective. This real like not simplified, but like very not rendered like cave that they've got throughout this background. Everything is so purple, right? This dark purple, like lavender. And then you've got this sharp reddish, pinkish, still a little purple itself, so it fits in the space, but such a burning color there. And you just have it accented with the eye, this like crest in their chest. We're telling a story because it looks almost like this person has either killed these things or like are bringing them back to life. Either it's the exact opposite of the thoughts. Either one is killing them and it's taking out their energy, or they're like weird zombie things that they're like infusing with that energy. Either way, looks dope. Yeah, it would help if one they're both that we see like on the ground, so they could either be dead or about to be undead. Don't know. Don't know the character, so I can't really tell. But anyway, so this person's stuff is dope. Ozan Pulat, freelance artist from Istanbul. I love it. Now, maybe they'll get nipple shoulders as well. That totally looked like a nipple shoulder. All right, leave me alone. That was 100% at first glance. How do you not? That's a nipple shoulder. I'm an expert on them, okay? I'm well aware of. I'm a nipologist. That's the word. Anyway, the one thing I wanted to talk on stream before I popped over. So I got my toys. Pauldrons are no longer the vogue term. It's nipple shoulders. So I finally got my guys posed and out. It took me forever. But it's funny. So like the way the Mythic Legions work are opposite bad at math. Nipple shoulders are better than pauldrons, yeah, but they're like equivalent in the sense of like they're interchangeable. But no, it's weird because Mythic Legions have like the normal figures that are like the premium ones, right? So you can see these guys have like their paint detail. They had like a metric poop ton of accessories. They had 2 different head sculpts. They've got all the different hands. They've got weaponry, all these things. But then with that, since I was already spending for these 2 guys, which absolutely look fantastic, they're on I redid my one shelf, so now I've got the anthropomorphic shelf is like actually done now. It looks done enough. I can add to it. It's not super filled, but it's got Wukong, Master Wang, Pale from the Animal Wars of the Kingdom, and then these guys now. These guys are like up top on like a little riser. But it's funny because I also ordered the Shadow Orc here because I was already spending for shipping and it was like no difference then. And their their Legion builders are cheaper directly from them. And so it's funny because like this, if we look at like, do you see this weapon? This weapon has no detail. There's no paint application. It's a single buck, like one print of material. Whereas like these guys get like stuff like this, right? The premium. You can't, can we see the mace in the other picture? You can't really see the mace here, but it's like all different textures. It's got like the metallic, it's got the wood, it's got the gem, all this stuff. And so it was funny that like these snake men are absolutely fantastic, 10 out of 10. And this guy's great too. But it's just funny the detail difference since I opened them at the same time. But that's what I knew I was getting. And this pauldron here, the shoulder, no nipple shoulder on this guy. He actually came with two standard ones that came with him, but this is an old pauldron from a different figure I had. And then I kind of like the idea of him having like one giant great sword, and then there's no shoulder pad over here, right? I didn't put anything, so it's a bare shoulder with then like the one like guarded thick one. But I think he actually came with two head sculpts though, not gonna lie. I think he had like a different helmet without the horns. Either way, I was very excited to finally get these guys out. Like, come on. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 Snake Man. And then a year from now, probably, the actual Snake figures will come out from Mythic Legions, where they've got, like, the full-on snake body, which is, like, you know, no legs, just body. Which, that's saying something. You can't really tell from this picture. Their tails, some of the best tails I've ever used on a figure. So tails are weird, because they can either be too static, right? Sometimes they can be too bendy and it feels like it's going to break. Or sometimes they try and like articulate them and then they've got like joints all over the place and look hideous. These guys, I don't know what they did. Like who sold their soul at Four Horsemen Studios. But it was worth it. It was absolutely worth it. These tails are similar to Wukong's in that they port in through like a hole in the between the legs. Like up here. And then it's got a rotation here, but this, whatever they did with this material, it not only looks amazing, like the paint detail, there's like shading on each little scale on the bottom part, but it just moves perfectly. Like I cannot express how smooth of a move it is. Like it doesn't feel like it's too bendy. It holds the form perfectly. It's super detailed tail, and yet it doesn't feel like it gets distorted at all. I know I had heard other people talk about how good the tails were finally on these guys. And as soon as I got them in hand, I was like, sheesh. You right. So we got rid of all of our Christmas stuff, but it's funny, way back here, you can see all our Christmas stuff has been put away. We have had Valentine's Day stuff out. We're going to, switch it out this weekend for other stuff. But I never put away, you can't see because I've got it blurred. This is my Father Christmas from Mythic Legions. Or from Four Horsemen, the figure obscure line. That's Father Christmas back there. He's chilling with a Christmas tree. Jack Skellington wearing Christmas outfit. Don't mind me. Anyway, and then the last thing I wanted to talk about are these stupid toys. Holy shit. Why are they so good? So I have not bought the Joy Toy TMNT line at all, right? Never bought them. I argued to myself not to get them. The turtles themselves looked solid, right? I'll say solid because they were good. But like everything else that they've made, astounding. Like there's a difference in dang, those are good versus now these are like, hold up. Everybody else is real good. But so what's curious to me now looking at these, so the Joy Toy figures have always been available only in Asia. So you had to import them always. And I'm assuming it's because the licensing stuff, right? Obviously, there's so many companies in the US that have Ninja Turtle license now, from Playmates to Mondo to NECA. The list goes on. There's a lot. But so you can't buy them. This was the one. If I was going to get one figure, by the way, it was this one. Look at the shredder. Come on. Come on. Perfection. But he sold out, so that's clearly not the only one. But anyway, it shows there's a restock coming for these guys. And it says May 2025. And here for these guys, it doesn't have any asterisk. So I wonder if they're only available for pre-order. See, these guys don't have that information either. What the heck? See, but here, available for Asia region only. I don't know why. Like, at first, all of them have this moniker, this caveat, Asian only. But then eventually, it seems like they don't keep that. So I actually don't know, because, oh, this one too. Look at this Krang. Because I'm getting at the show here, right? I'm a Triceratons fiend. Something about the Triceratons. That was one of my favorite figures growing up. It's just this little orange Triceraton from the original Playmates TMNT line. So I've just always had an affinity for Triceratons for some reason. I always thought the designs were cool. I always loved, because like dinosaurs to me scared the shit out of me, right? I hate, like dinosaurs growing up always scared me. The animatronic dinosaurs always scared me. But normal, there was something different. Like Triceratops always felt like they were in like cartoons and stuff. They were more protectory, right? Like the raptors or the T-Rex and all these things were so violent and so aggressive. Whereas the Triceratops always were seen in a lot of the cartoons growing up like more defensive, more like safer dinosaurs, which obviously we have no clue how the hell they really functioned. And so I think that's why I was okay with Triceratops. They were always so cool. And so the Triceratons, you had Xerok and Zork, or Zorak. Is that how, I don't remember that's actually Captain Zorax. I thought it was doesn't matter. Anyway, all I'm getting at is he looks amazing, right? There's no two ways about it. He looks absolutely stunning. But what is this? What did they do here? Why did they have to do that? You can see behind me, I've got my bodybuilder shelf, right? Absolutely my thing. Let me pull back up an image so we all can appreciate its glory. This is my bodybuilder shelf right now, right? You can't really see it too well because it's a Discord picture I just sent to a friend. But how is that not perfection? That is literally, it's like they forced my hand. Like I have to get it. Because there's not only that one, but they've got the infantry, which again, just as a figure, that looks so dope. Like how badass does that look? And they come with so many accessories. But why did they have to go so hard? Why did they have to give me these things? Like, you are making it like speak to me on every possible level, and that's not fair because I'm trying not to buy things. It's not fair at all. And the Joy Toy for perspective here, I've got one behind me. Joy Toy for perspective are much smaller figures. They're 1/18th scale, so they are a lot smaller. So you can see here is a Warhammer, a Space Marine, and he's pretty little, right? He's not like a huge figure, but they're so well articulated and look so good that like the fact that it's a slightly smaller figure, I'm okay with. So I don't mind the fact that they're smaller, but it is notable that they're smaller. And almost would work in my benefit because you saw that bodybuilding shelf. Hey, if they're smaller, they can fit better, right? 100%. 100%. But anyway, that's enough blabbing about these guys. Let's get to doing some cool art and stuff. But I couldn't not talk about them because they were too good. They're too good. But I'm going to have to look into then the logistics of how they've been doing these pre-orders because I kind of stopped looking at them just because I knew I was trying not to get them, right? So I just stopped entirely because I couldn't justify buying them right now. But those I'm pretty sure I'll have to justify. But anyway, I wanted to boot up just so we've got Ben up on the corner, right? And so in this process, oh my gosh, look at this thing. In the process here, we'll be doing more of Ben. I've got him sketched out a little more clearly. I threw in some color, so there really shouldn't be too much like overly having to design right now, which is the point. I just wanted to have something good, done, ready, and we can go from there, and I can like not have to like overly like design something. So while Rivals is booting up, I'm also getting my iPad ready at the same time here. It should be good. But yeah, definitely worked on some Squirrel Girl, and I like how she's turning out too. It was a relatively quick little bit of time I had to work on her yesterday morning. And I basically just redid her face. Because sometimes I'll do a piece and I'll look and I'll be like, man, this face is, or anything. Sometimes I just step away and it looks bad, right? And so when I finally come back to it, I'm like, okay, now I know I need to fix this. Ugh. So every time there's a new update, the shaders need to like recompile. So it does always take a little bit extra time. Whew, that is loud. And I'll get my music ready so I can hit the ground running. So I really wanted to make sure. Okay, cool. So normally we start by around 10:30 and we start art around 11. But I think we're doing okay. We're doing okay on time then, right? It's just barely, it's 11:10. That is no thing at all. I'm proud of us. We did it. If anybody knows me, they know I'm the most on-time, timely individual. Oh, don't look at this. I ended at Diamond 3. I literally deranked, like, I was, like, right there for Grandmaster, and then I just, crap. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. Don't want to talk about it. I don't want to, stop making me look at it. You're on beat. What's beat? Oh, Britain time. Yeah, it's standard Britain time. SBT, because it's always 3 letters. Come on, standard Britain time. I'm on SBT. Okay, yeah, she looks clean. This one is the Invisible Woman. I do like the colors. Oh, okay, not gonna lie. That makes it for me. So this is what you got. Like, they have like a ranked, as long as you get gold or above, that's you get one of the skins, right? And they're just palette swaps. But look at this. They've got the logo for the season here. That's okay. Yeah, all the way leading you right to the butt crack. All of the marketing images lately for the game have just had Invisible Woman from behind. Like, then, oh, I didn't mean to equip it. Well, apparently I did. So what is new? Let's just take a quick peek because I want to get drawn. But we already kind of know everything that's here, so it's nothing like crazy, but I want to see like the emotes. Okay, that's fun. Tina's intro. What's the spray? Boring spray. Boring there. All right, here's the thing. Yeah, he looks good though. He looks so good in the trench coat. Dang it. Dang it. Why does he have to look so good? It's such an iconic look for him too. Like, and then him looking up at the sky because Johnny got him lit on fire, flipping his coin. I don't know. We'll see how the thing plays. I'll try him off stream, hopefully tonight if I've got time later tonight. Got stuff going. As soon as we're done with stream, I'm gonna eat and get a couple things around the house, and then I was going to meet up with one of my buddies for just a little walk to catch up and see how he's doing. Oh, what is this? Okay. So that's kind of cool how they're doing it. So when you finish the battle pass, even when you have excess, then you can redeem it for more, but it's not going to convert it immediately. It looks like it's going to be a redeemable thing that you can keep doing on the last page. Okay, I like that. That's a smart way of doing it to convert your excess currency into like actual currency for purchasing. What? What was that? Do we get to see that again when you click on the event? Is that... Hold on. How do I get there again? Oh, that's good. Yeah, Dreamlight Valley style. Dreamlight Valley is a Disney, Disney, like, cozy life sim game, and that's how they did it, too, where you had, like, this extra... At the very end, you could just keep redeeming it. Yeah, that squirrel girl. What is going on there? So cute. It's going nuts. And if they weren't teasing Blade hard enough, Jesus, obviously he's next season. But yeah, so this is the Groot that we're gonna get for free. That's aggressive. That would be a great emote. What does it say? Rocket Raccoon is like written on his chest. Weird. So he's got like all this tattoo. The Carved Traveler. Oh, this is actually a character. Like, this is from a comic. Holy shoot. Okay, that's another one I need to look into then. Video, perhaps? Yeah, that's dope, actually, now that I see that, like, the more details on that. They're sprays, though. The Squirrel Girl thing's a spray? Am I blind? Oh, the Cursed Traveler. This one is from one that Scotty Young did covers for. I feel like I vaguely recall that then. Look at the challenges. How do I look at challenges? Am I an idiot? Am I dumb? Missions. Oh, these, you mean missions here? So they're individual. Oh, okay. Oh, that was right after his that rocket one was dope. Scotty Young's run of that. Okay. That's cute that they're sprays. I appreciate that. I forgot that they have like extra little things sometimes in here that aren't listed as these rewards. Dope. Okay, well. What is new here? Why is this? Oh my gosh, now season high it says Diamond 3 because this is the half. Ugh. God, that's embarrassing. I need to get better. Okay, what are the, oh, there's new, it's just, I didn't earn anything, it's just new ones for the new map and the new characters. That makes sense. Why is it still an exclamation point? Go away. Okay. Yeah, it's weird that I'm hoping maybe day 2 or week 2. Like, so this is the first week of challenges or event 1. You know what I mean? I'm hoping we've got 5. So I would be shocked if we don't get the squirrel itself. That would be cute then. Like, you can, one person equips this one and the other person equips the other. So you can always be like, boop, boop, right on the wall there. Like, squirrel was here. Cool. Okay, well, I can get distracted way too long just looking at all of this. I should probably start drawing now. I just wanted to see the character's, like, little thingy. Okay. Popping out. His default is just the other blue. I'll read his information later. 4 with the fire. I'm pretty sure all of them have the 4, just in a slightly different way then, right? Yeah, 4 with the fist, and then 4 with Invisible Woman. What does our boy thing look like? Oh, I didn't look at him. Oh, it's clobbering time, baby. Oh, he's clobbering. Oh, baby. Wow, that seems so not fair from a pricing perspective. Do you guys see this? This is the default, right? And since he just changes his pants. They don't even change his, like, rocky texture colors or anything. It's just, hey, we just made this white, essentially, is black. And it's 600. That is way too ridiculous. Like, that should be a discounted price, for sure. Or the fact that they didn't do a bundle of all 4 anyway now. But yeah, that's egregious. But this is, I feel like I'm gonna have to get that one. I can't even if I don't like the character that much, I'm probably still gonna get it. I can't not get that. What's the base emote? Just a little fistin. Cool. And then what is his? Okay, his is kind of boring, which is like the rocky texture, which kind of makes sense, but his Lord icon's better. I hate Sue's Lord icon. It's the worst, and it sucks because I love playing as Sue. But like her Lord icon, what is this? What is this ugliness? Hideous. Anyway, let's draw, yeah? So I'll just keep him up just so I can have a thing on the screen. But anyway. You already know. What time it is? There was a person we used to watch. I mean, we still do a little bit. Ezo. He does Fortnite cosmetic reviews, and that was, you already know what time it is. And like that's just been like weirdly ingrained in my memory. Like my mental scape of how I talk. Anyway, here, look, drawing finally. Goodness. Marvel Rivals, too distracting. Ninja Turtle toys, too distracting. Am I right or am I right? All right, we don't have the game audio here, right? Okay, yeah, cool. Get rid of that. Yeah. It's Spotify app, right? Come on. No, I hear Marvel Rivals. And music. No. We just have music. Okay. So this lo-fi music lately I've been listening to. This one in particular, I'm still not used to how to use the like currently like using Spotify. Like I don't know where to go to like see my playlist that I'm using right now. I don't know. It's by Pixel Boy and it's from an Astrobot like lo-fi version. And I don't know why. I just like my brain just keeps humming this little beat. There's a couple songs from this that I vibe with. Okay, so I guess we'll take a peek. So Squirrel Girl is looking a lot better. I tried to give like a little more detail to her legs, designing her legs since last I was on stream. I redid her face entirely. I leaned it forward, right? Because I want it to be playful. When you jump, right? If it's like a playful jump, at first, logically, your head's going back, right? But if you're that playful and energetic, you're lurching forward, right? It's like that cute, playful child energy, like leaning forward, really trying to be in it, right? So I redid her head and kind of like angled it more up, because if we look at like the original, right? I've got it a little more forward. And then I messed with the boobs to be more like the breasts are like moving and playfully moving, not just like weird hornball in place. But it is funny to note that where was the original sketch that I kept? This was the ugly mess that I made at 2 a.m. It was this. Somehow my brain did this at 2 a.m, but this is what I was picturing. And so here we go. We made it. We got there eventually. I tweaked it, obviously. This is not exactly what I was picturing. But man, was that an ugly... I don't know. I was so dead set on fixing it and doing something good. And I think we got there. But yeah, it's not Squirrel Girl Day. It's Thing Day. So you already know. So I blocked in real rough colors just so I kind of had an idea of like the lighting that I wanted for this. But basically I just wanted to today clean him, right? Like he's a mess. And honestly, he looks fine. Oh boy. Spam. Possible ban evader. How dare you evade bans? Rude. Finished Sentinel. Yeah, some of the bot names are just literally like Xbox name generators, I feel like, from the old days on Xbox Live. Like, oh. Microsoft's algorithm or whatever naming convention has been used for evil now. But yeah, so I've got this guy. The colors are kind of blocked in the way I want it. And again, probably won't keep this exactly, but I just wanted to have like super quick, rough idea the other day when I was playing with him, just to have an energy, right? So now though, I did fix it up. So if we remember, I might not even have the original sketch anymore. I think I got rid of it and just turned it into this. Excuse me. So this guy's changed a little bit. I raised his arm some more, tweaked a little bit. This is the pose I went with. If you couldn't surmise that by the fact that this is what we're looking at. And if you couldn't, you got some other problems there, bud. But anyway, the only thing that was like driving me crazy after doing this is one thing I kept seeing is that this arm doesn't make sense anymore. The problem with it is I had it drawn. So the way I drew the arm originally was it went shoulder, right, to tricep, and the bicep, the brachialis was here, the bicep was here, right? So the idea was it was like this, and the forearm here was kind of coming at us a little bit more. The elbow was off screen a little, right? And then the fist was like that, which made sense in the moment when we were doing that, right? However, the problem is now that's not how his arm is oriented anymore since we've tweaked it so many times. So technically, if his shoulder is here, right, and it's being pulled back, right, you've got this is like more of the pectoral, the anterior delt being pulled in, right? The little cup of your shoulder, right? So there's like a little cup that connects to your trapezius here that goes up, and then your deltoid muscles spawn from here. So you'd have like the posterior, the medial, and then the anterior here, right? Not that any of those names give any effing matter, But if you're doing that and your arm is oriented the way this one is now, the problem with that is the bicep would be like the biggest thing we see, more or less, because this is the middle, right? This is the middle of the shoulder. And the middle of the shoulder basically is essentially where, so if you feel your own shoulder, right? Obviously, if you don't have much muscle definition, it's harder to feel, but like you still understand there's muscle there. The middle of your shoulder, actually the medial delt goes down and actually connects to essentially right to the bicep and the brachialis break. So bicep and brachialis, if we remember, is, if we're looking at an arm like this, just straight up and down, right? You've got tricep, these massively beefy arms, of course. Like if this is shoulder and this is the tricep back here, right? And here's the bicep. The brachialis is the piece that runs in between, right? And actually curves down into and connects into part of your forearm, blah, 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 blah. But so the median, so the thinnest part, the point of your shoulder, your deltoid here, your shoulder's broken up into 3 pieces. There's basically front, middle, and back. Anterior, median, posterior, right? Anterior front, posterior back. But so this middle piece cuts down like this, generally. That's how the muscle's insertion point is. And so if you think of it that way, right? So that's kind of how you can help wrap your head around where the arm exists then, the rest of the arm. So if this is where the tricep is, in the back, right? The tricep goes basically essentially touching the posterior delt, and the bicep connects essentially with the anterior delt here. And then they meet essentially, that's a gross simplification, right? But they meet here in the middle where the medial delt comes to essentially a point, right? So with that knowledge, right? Now, if we know that, we can keep that information. We'll move this guy just down so we can have him visible for the moment of my demonstration of talking of anatomy here. Then if we know that his medial delt here is actually pointing to this spot, right? Because it's being arced back now in a different way. Before it was kind of twisted forward, but now he's arcing back, right? With this pose. So with his arm arcing back, we know his medial delt is actually going to be facing this direction more so, right? And the anterior, the front part, is going to be really, really extended, and we'll really see it because it's getting the most stretch. But so if we know that then, so that means we know right here would be, so there's actually like a little bump technically there, but then the bicep essentially, with how big Ben is, right? His bicep is huge. Massive, right? His bicep is massive. Just look at this. Look at this guy. We see him up here right now. There is a post I had seen, one of my buddies sent it too, that like Frank, if anybody needs a nerf, it's Frank. Because his biceps, they put him next to Thor, and his biceps are just too big. And they really are. They're like proportionally, his biceps are massive. But you can kind of see, here's a good example actually on Frank. So we can see how this, does that move on? The median ends right here. And his brachialis is actually super beefed on this one to round out his arm even more. But generally the brachialis, even on really strong guys, is not always like the most well-defined. Usually the biceps and triceps still overpower. But you can see that still pretty much what we're talking about. Whereas then like on Thor or somebody, they put like a comparison, and then Thor by comparison, his bicep is much smaller. Which I thought was kind of funny. But also makes sense aesthetically. Because I feel like Frank is just top heavy, whereas Thor is like strong as fudge, and like having that like thick chunky back of his triceps there looks better to me. Anyway, back to thing. So if we know that then, so if we know his bicep, oh gosh, that eraser is massive. If we know his bicep's really big, right? And we know that technically his bicep is connecting here, right? Then we wouldn't, think of where the tricep is then. You straight up don't see tricep. more or less, right? Because if this is basically bicep and this would be brachialis here, like on the rim, the tricep, if anything, would be almost visible along the shoulder way back here on like a really strong arm. But realistically, even then, that wouldn't be visible. So what we have drawn here was originally this part. So the side of the tricep going into more of the insertion point to the elbow, which looked fine for the angle we were drawing previously. But we're not doing that anymore, right? His arm is now completely reoriented. Excuse me, so we can't treat it the same. So, as I always talk about, don't be attached. Get rid of it, gone. It looks weird, so we need to fix why it looks weird. And we'll fix it now, and then once we're done with this, we'll get into the actual, like, more fun part where we can actually start inking stuff and making some thick, chunky lines and all that stuff. The good stuff, you know? So, if we know that, then the bicep would probably be, if that's the connector, the bicep's real big. So I wonder if we even need much definition at all, if it's worth it. You know, like we've talked about it before. What do I gain? Like, do I gain anything from adding more? Or maybe does the image of his arm sell better with just something simple? And I think the answer is something simple. So let's see how, like, let's just connect the dots more so, right? I don't need to reinvent the musculature here because it's such a weird ambiguous angle then that you kind of see a little bicep, a little brachialis. You'd maybe see like the tip of the tricep, but not really. But if we want to just sell this curve instead, let's focus on that. So if the curve of the arm is coming, right? Just focus on the curve. So have it like pull back. So we start lower and angle up and see if this looks better. If we do that, though, I'm worried his arm is starting to look a little too thin for what we want. Yeah, that looks way too thin. Maybe round it out a little bit. And this is like a weird junction point where everything's getting kind of smushed. So like nothing's super defined. The bicep wouldn't be and the form wouldn't be because from this perspective, we'd see it just kind of mashed all together. Anything, so the tricep before was more of a point and higher up. This is still round because the idea is that his bicep is just so full, but it's also not as defined in terms of like harsh shape differential like the tricep line we had. So not a huge difference here, right? Nothing crazy, but I think that helps the arm read a little better now. I wonder if we just push it where this is even smushed further. Something about this connection is just not vibing with me. This is the only boring part, I swear. Well, I mean, depends on your perspective, I guess. This is the only nitpicky part, probably, for today. So no promises, because I am the worst, and I get very nitpicky. No guarantees. What if we pull it in a little further even now? Or shorten that bicep area even more. I had a friend ask, is it really boring? Was it boring putting in all of those stones? And I was like, I mean, it's not like, wow, this is the most exciting piece of it. But because the body, his rock texture needs to kind of contour to like what his body is doing and the perspective we see it and the shapes made by the muscles. It's not like it's like brainless, like it's conscious thought then. So it's not like boring per se because you're sculpting in shape through this rocky texture, you know? So I was like, it's not bad. It wasn't super boring. But it's also nice because you don't have to, like, I feel like you don't have to be super accurate because the brain just already suspends disbelief to an extent because it's a giant man made of rocks. So that works in your favor. Yeah, something about that still just doesn't super jive with me, but I'm okay with it because we just need to get moving. Get a schmoovin' on the actual rest of it. Yeah, we'll just make it really thick further back when I ink that in then. I think that'll do. Okay, we can get rid of my random anatomy lesson drawing. And we'll get back to clobbering time. So we have my weird brush that was not made for lining, but I have adjusted it to be my new line brush. And we know I like it thick. So let's see how thick a lines we do with him. This is an interesting one because you can't make them crazy thick because there's so much inner lines. So I wonder if I really emphasize just the outer edge with like a thicker line. And then how thick are we looking? Yeah. And then we bring in more of the thin lines. So just for perspective, for our own remembering of how we want to do stuff, the light source is going to be coming from like our right side, so his left, like up in the air, coming down on him. So when we're making this line work here, just remembering that little bit helps because we know like, okay, if the light source is coming from up there, kind of make these lines a little heavier, right? Thicken these bad boys up just a smidge so that it feels like we're contouring the shadow over anything. And as we know, when I've been doing my inking things, this is my phase where I've been playing with where like I try and make it quote unquote clean, but also not, right? Because this brush that I like to use is kind of sketchy and I have like a little bit of shape variation to it, I feel like it allows me to be a little looser and feel like I'm just slopping all the inks in rather than being too beholden to like, you know, before when I would do like my super clean line work and I feel like you had to make it clean. It had to be perfect. We're like, that's like going against my nature, right? I don't do that. I like having this energy, this little bit. Like I like this right here. I like adding this. I like being a little messy, cutting in these shadows, right? Like these heavy, heavy, thick lines. That just works for me as a person who, you know, how I lay down my mark. So well, don't fight it, right? Like if you naturally have a way of doing a thing, unless it's obviously like wrong, like completely like fundamentally wrong way of doing it for some reason, just roll with it, right? Don't try and go against, like, don't be what you're not. And so I think that's what I've been trying to lean into for my own sake, where it's like, don't try and do something that isn't your energy. You can grow, right, and get better and make it, you know, more of a transition that you can do stuff more of your energy, or it becomes your energy, right? You can do whatever you want. But like since this past like this new year, I've been really focusing on just bumping up my 2D skills. I'm not trying to overextend with that, you know? Like I'm trying to just get back in my groove, find my groove. Seeing as a 3D artist, I've not done like a like legit 2D in what feels like forever. So it was funny. I was watching something on DaVinci Resolve it's a software that I'm using for video editing right now for my YouTube stuff. And DaVinci Resolve is free, okay? It is free, however, you can pay for it for the studio version, and it's got more stuff, obviously. But a lot of people just use the free version. Anyway, it was on sale for like one of the first times ever for a good amount cheaper through BH Photo. Like, it's a physical card, right? Find that so bizarre that I'm buying a digital software, but I'm buying it in the form of a physical card that needs to be mailed to me. But anyway, that's a whole other weird thing. Anyway, so I've been doing more with DaVinci Resolve, and it's weird because it functions similarly to like Premiere, right? It's Adobe Premiere or Vegas video editing, but it also has a tab that's called Fusion, and it is weird. So Fusion basically feels, for people that know, it's basically like After Effects output, right? You can make stuff that looks like After Effects. But the weirdness with it is that it feels like you're using Substance Designer. So Substance Designer, for again, if people know, cool. If you don't know, Substance Designer is very node heavy, where you're using like a lot of pieces that connect to each other to connect these nodes to make a material or a texture or whatever like that, right? You're designing it. Whereas like in After Effects, when you would do stuff, you would add modifiers, you would tweak settings and do stuff like that. You had like nice timeline graphs. But it's weird because in DaVinci Resolve, it kind of feels like a mix of the two. So it feels like you're using Substance Designer to get After Effects results. And it's weird. My brain still is not used to it. It's been throwing me off. I digress though. It was funny because I was watching some stuff on plugins, which plugins are just basically like new, like things people make of extra tools to make stuff work differently in software, right? So there's different plugins for DaVinci, and I was watching a video on one of the guys that I know does a lot of stuff in DaVinci, right? He switched over from Premiere himself. He used to use After Effects, all that kind of stuff. But it was funny because he was showing some plugins, and he's like, here's one, and it basically, functions. If anybody knows, there was an old plugin for After Effects called Saber, and he like did like a long pause and was like, acted like, yep, nobody knows what that is. That's just okay. I'm the only person who probably ever has touched that. And I laughed because at our old studio, we used Saber. Like, I distinctly remember using Saber quite a bit in our work. It is basically like a plugin for After Effects that allowed for like it was like glowy stuff, right? It was always like fiery effects, or like very it looked like a lightsaber, I guess, right? Like anything with that kind of effect. And so you could do a lot of work with it. And it was funny because like I have never really heard anyone ever talk about Saber outside of that job. And so it was funny that he himself was like assuming no one else had heard of it either, and he was the sole person to use it. And I was like, hey, I'm one of you losers. I know that reference. I get it. That was funny. But so right now, all I'm doing is I'm kind of just like constructing some random shapes here, but it's hard because what I'm realizing is it's very easy to suddenly get very samey with this, right? Like to make these feel like the same shapes now that I'm actually like outlining them in. And I think my takeaway here is they need to be larger, right? If I'm looking at this image of Ben in the game, he's rocky for sure, but it's not like he's not inundated with all this detail. He is very I don't know, like it's a lot of large ones and then a couple small pieces here and there, right? Whereas I feel like I keep drawing like a whole range of smaller ones. So I'm going to need to keep that in mind as I'm working. So I'm going to bounce between the larger version of this and like the smaller one. And I think the smaller one will help me do like these little nonsensey, like just to show that they're like 3D shapes. again, I'm not quite sure how I wanted to do this. So this might turn out really ugly. And I'll be like, I should have just kept the sketchy version, but worst case scenario, I just keep the sketchy version and I just delete this. And no one will need to know, except for the fact that whoever watches this, they'll see. So again, I know I've talked about the weather a lot, but it just impacts me a lot with how cold it is lately. That it's funny that like today it's like 20 degrees or 25, I think, at its peak. And it's always funny when my app alerts me like, hey, it's going to be 10 degrees warmer today. It's like, dope. In the 20s, man, we're sweating it out today, boys. Like, oh goodness. Like I said, I'm going for a walk with one of my buddies. I'm meeting him at one of the old parks by one of my old apartments. And it's funny because I've adopted now wearing a mask everywhere outside in the winter. Like I have so many of these cloth masks that I bought that are really fun. I've got like Ninja Turtle ones, I've got a Spider-Man one, I've got dinosaurs, I've got all these different things, right? Like I've got so many of these masks. They're cloth ones that I got, like custom made ones. And they're just a better scarf. Like it's literally just a good scarf. Like that's all it is. Like I don't want to wear a scarf, but I can wear a mask and it gets the job done and it's easier and I can easily just pull it down if I'm on my walk and I am getting warm, but it keeps my breath nice and cool and or like warm but cool in the sense of like not like overly hot, not overly cold. So it is funny because like I'm thinking like when I go for my walk with my buddy, it always looks funny when it's like I keep my mask on outside then and it's like, what's he doing? It's a scarf, guys, leave me alone. It's so much nicer. But for real, like not normal. Like I can't imagine using like the 95, like that's overkill. But it's the fact that I have all of these cloth ones anyway, that it just makes sense. Because then it is literally, like I said, just scarf. I don't like that. I was going to add some of the grime, like that pattern. So I don't know how much I like his rockiness so far. But again, we just want to get him done today so we can do Squirrel Girl later. Another day by later, not now. But since he's out today, we need to get him done today. That is the goal, and I'm not faltering from that. So that's why today we're doing another longer stream. So I'm going to go till 2:30 again, my time. Because next week I'm going to, I've decided I'm going to try next week now to officially change my schedule. Again, I've been hammering out my schedule left and right, back and forth, right? So Monday, Wednesday, Friday has been good, and I have enjoyed this timeline. My problem with it is I still don't find enough time to get the YouTube, like the video creation stuff done. And if I'm not doing the video creation stuff, it's not pulling people here to Twitch to hang out, right? So if I'm not marketing it in that sense, I feel like I'm not wasted time here, but not ideally utilized time, right? And so on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, when I stream, by the time I'm done streaming, and then I have to finish out all the streaming stuff. I need to close the software, save the videos, upload new thumbnails, cut new thumbnails, upload new thumbnails, change some metadata, do things like that, right? Boring, like clerical, techie, boring, behind the scenes things. Well, once I'm done with that, then I go eat, right? I have lunch. And then after lunch, I usually do some laundry. And after I do some laundry, I'll do some dishes. And then after I do some dishes, I go for my walk. And then after I go for my walk, I'll come home. I'll maybe fold that last load of laundry I'd thrown in. It's winter, so we go through laundry like crazy because sweatshirts and stuff take up so much space. And And before I know it, it's like 6 o'clock then, right? Like all of a sudden I streamed till 2 almost. By the time I get off the computer, it's like 2:15. And then I eat and do my stuff and it's like 4 o'clock, 4:30. And then I go for my walk around 4:30. I go for a walk for about an hour, get back around 5:30. It's cold as hell, so I need to like take off my extra layers, do all my stuff. And then before I know it, it's 6, right? And then girlfriend gets home at like 6:45. And then I feel like once she's home, I kind of want to just be done too, right? I'm like, well, I'm done with my day. She is too, And so it's one of those things where those days on Monday, Wednesday, Friday go by a lot faster, where I don't end up having a lot of time. And when I'm learning new software with, DaVinci Resolve and these kind of things, like I said, it's hard to jump in for a half hour, right? When you're learning a new software and new techniques and new mindset, frankly, for a lot of stuff, you can't just like jump in here and there. Like you kind of need to give yourself a healthy amount of time to sit with it, right? Like, so I need to sit with it for a few hours at a time before I can be comfortable enough to just hop in for a half hour here, 45 minutes there and work on stuff, right? And so I think that's where I'm at, where I'm having issues, where I don't have the comfort to just hop on for a little bit. And so I don't, and I only do it Tuesdays, Thursdays then. And then lately with the medical stuff going on, I've not had time for that either. So it's just one of those things where it just is not vibing. And so my solution is to do longer streams. Since Monday, Wednesday, Friday already felt kind of shot from a productivity perspective after stream, I'm like, why not lean into it, make stream longer. So I'm going to stream then from 10:30 to maybe 2:30 or 3 on Tuesdays and Thursdays now. And then I'll have Monday, Wednesday, Friday to get more of my other stuff cooking, Because that's a whole other thing. Then on like, I do meal prep for the week on Mondays. So then on Mondays, even if I had time, that's okay. Well, then the second I have time, I'm actually, prepping the veggies, getting the chicken ready, cutting stuff up, cooking, doing whatever. And then, yeah, it's just a lot. So new schedule next week. We'll see how that goes. I've been adjusting my schedule quite a bit, but that's kind of as to be expected. It's all like a learning process. So we'll get there. We'll hammer something down and find a good groove. So speaking of groove though, I'm not sure about this groove. I feel like I'm making some of these way too thick then, and it just feels very messy, but that's kind of the point. I don't know. This is weird looking at it in a vacuum of just like super heavy ass lines everywhere. I'm not gonna lie. As of right now, I kind of hate the way this looks. But sometimes just gotta try it and keep running with it. And then if it still looks like doo-doo. What was the quote I made up? Or I didn't make up. I quoted Bob Ross, right? Doo-doo until no doo-doo. That's art, right? You just keep... Even if it looks like poop, maybe just keep working on it and decide, I can fix this, I can fix this. Doo-doo until no doo-doo. Unless super doo-doo, then give up and make new doo-doo. Wise words, I know. You're welcome. They're not mine. I'm just the messenger. But yeah, I'm excited to get my new DaVinci Resolve in then. But like I said, it's funny that I have to wait for it to actually like be shipped to me. Not that there's like drastically different. Like the free version of that software is absolutely amazing. And like a lot of people could make do with never buying it. But as I'm trying to like learn the deeper ins and outs of it, it's hard because there's certain things that are truncated or blocked. And I'm like, this is not ideal. And honestly, I wasn't planning on buying it until like way down the road, eventually kind of thing. But because it was on sale, it's normally like $350. It was $170. And like the entire community was like, what? Because apparently it's been on sale once. One time it's been on sale, and that was for Black Friday through the actual company itself. And it was like 20% off. Where this through BH Photo, for whatever reason, is like a massive comparative sale. So I figured, I mean, if I planned on getting it eventually anyway, might as well get it when it's notably cheaper. So because, like I said, I'm trying not to spend money on stuff, it is always a hard pill to swallow. I'm like, I could have just kept using the free version. Why'd you have to be on sale now? I am excited too. So I said there's new Fortnite and Marvel Rivals stuff. So it's funny that there's so much new content for me to experience. So hopefully tonight, like I said, I'll be able to boot some stuff up and actually take a peek myself at things. Obviously, we looked at Rivals just now, but that didn't count. Like that was a tease, right? That wasn't really like quite what I wanted. I didn't get to play as him at all. So I look forward to actually like even just going into the lab, training with him. And by him, I mean the Thing, because that's who I would likely play more than anybody as someone who plays tanks. But yeah, then all the new Fortnite stuff. Like I'm not gonna play Fortnite necessarily, but it is always fun. So we used to do back at my old job at the studio, we all played Fortnite too much. And by we all, it was like me and my it was essentially me and my best friend. But then like we had a couple and then there was three of us essentially. But anyway, so we would every time there was a new season, we would be at work obviously in the morning. We'd get there early in the morning. And we would all usually just like huddle around one of our desks and just watch the new content, whether someone streamed it, someone had a YouTube video of it, whatever. And so it was always like, I don't know, there's something really wholesome and something I really appreciated about that. Too much content. You mean like, because did I say too much content isn't there's just too much new stuff? Yeah, it's relative. We can never have too much. But no, I don't know. There's something like special about those times when we would just sit there and watch new Fortnite crap. You know, like I don't know. It's the Andy Dwyer from The Office where it's like, I wish you knew. Oh, playing too much is relative. Fair. But no, the Andy Dwyer thing where it's like, I wish you knew you were in the good old times when you were actually in them, not when they were over, you know? Not that you don't make new good times, but there is something to be said about just like, sometimes we don't appreciate and realize just how impactful moments are in our lives until we are past them, you know? And then we reflect and realize how much small things like that actually just made us feel good, you know? And in a world like now, good memories and feeling good is a cherishable thing for sure, more than ever. But yes, in terms of relativeness of playing, yes, I play Marvel Rivals too much. I fully acknowledge this. I've been like normally Tuesdays and Thursday nights, I don't end up doing too much. Like after a girlfriend would go to bed, I would kind of like relax downstairs, maybe draw a little, cruise Reddit, like finish up a TV show or something like that I was watching maybe. But now, as soon as she goes to bed, I've got like my water in the game room. I've got my phone there charging on the desk. So like when I tuck her in to go to bed, I'm already like, I'm primed and ready. You know what time it is? It's Marvel Rivals time. And then I play Marvel Rivals for like an hour and a half. Depending, maybe an hour and a half. And then immediately just go to bed. And 9 times out of 10, I've been going to bed just kind of miffed because, you know, I probably didn't gain a rank or I dropped a rank or it was just a garbage fire. You know, the good old times. And then on the weekends, we actually, the past 2 weekends, we haven't had too much like actively going on. Like, like too many things to go do. So I've been squeezing in the afternoons. She watches all these K dramas now. She's gotten super into it. Her brother watched them a lot. And so she started watching them because she goes and hangs out with him once a week or so. And got her into watching them. And then one of my best friend's fiancés watches them. And then now my little sister watches them. And so it's like become like a whole K drama thing with her and a couple people where they all have like their recommendations, it's like a K drama book club energy, So she watches that while I play some Marvel Rivals on like Saturday afternoon. It'll be like, hey, we'll watch our cartoons, we'll draw a little bit, or I'll draw a little bit, and I'm gonna go play some Marvel Rivals while you watch some K drama. And after the weekends that we've had of the holidays, where it's always so messy and busy, I'm fine with it. The weather's been poopy. I don't feel like going outside anyway as much. It's like I force myself to go out and go for my walks and everything. So it's like, yeah, cool. Just chill inside, do some Rivals, hang out. Because not everybody has Disney World in their backyard, like some nerds who live in Florida. So, not quite the same type of temptation. Yeah, again, this is definitely looking weird. I'm hoping once I start adding color later with this, I'll like it more. Because right now it just looks very messy, right? Can't even imagine that, right? Can't even imagine having Disney in your backyard. I I know where you live. You lie. You lie. Friends don't lie. When is that? When is that even? Like Stranger Things, I feel like it's been 30 years. I don't even remember anymore like what timelines are. It feels like a billion years ago when that started, and even a billion years ago since we saw the last season. But I know that got to be this year, right? Months out. Okay. I knew it was soon. I just didn't. You know me. I never have any real bearing of time of media. I'm just like, cool, movie, TV, neat. They've wrapped filming, so they're putting it. Okay, cool. So they're putting it. Yeah, once filming's done, hopefully that means it's soon. I mean, I don't know. That show does do a lot of CG though, so I'm sure it's quite a bit of post-production work too that they've got to do. And somehow making the children who are now like in their 30s look still like kids, right? I'm sure they've got to do some work there too. It's wild how long ago that series started at this point. Right now I'm just adding so the hand, obviously I'm going to make this hand come out more when I paint it by coloring it with like more, highlighting and putting deeper shadows behind. But right now I'm also just trying to, since I'm inking anyway, I'm just like, well, what if I just, you know me, just slap in some thick shadows anyway already, and we'll go from there. Which, speaking of movies and television and all of that kind of stuff, I've talked about before that I had been trying to watch the Alien films with my girlfriend, and we were trying to get them all done because she had never seen them, right? And I loved them so much, and I wanted to get her on board so we could watch Romulus together. Well, I've told it before. We watched Alien, she loved it. Watched Aliens, she loved it. It's funny when I ask her which one she liked more, or like when we rank films, she's like, I honestly keep forgetting that Alien and Aliens were two different movies. Like, she's like, I kind of just clump them together. And that's fair because they're both fantastic. But anyway, so we paused on Alien 3 because I've said it before, arguably the weakest Alien movie that exists. It's just I don't know what they were thinking. Well, I do know what they were thinking. They were basing it off of the time, trying to be more actiony, trying to fit with what was going on. It didn't feel like Alien then, right? Like that's not my Alien anymore. And so I didn't want to watch Alien 3 ever. And so we kept hee-hawing, hee-hawing, and then somebody recommended, well, why don't you just watch the new ones, right? Why don't you watch Prometheus? Why don't you watch Covenant? And then you can just be at least ready, because those are all kind of in the same, they're all in the same universe, but those are even more so like prequel energy, right? Same characters with David and all that, right? So I'm like, you know what? That's smart. Let's do that. So I can avoid Alien 3 and Alien Resurrection. I was like, yeah, we can avoid all of those movies then. Cool. So we did that and we watched Prometheus. And I think I've talked about it last time and I loved it. I forgot, but like Prometheus was a fantastic movie. And the soundtrack alone is top notch. And so then when we were, I don't remember, it was not too long ago then, just like a week or two ago. Normally we watch cartoons in the morning on Saturday mornings, like goofy children. We have fun. There's so many things going on in the world and in our lives, keeping it a little bit of nostalgia of just Saturday morning cartoons together feels really good. And I'm so grateful I've got someone who wants to share those moments with me. But anyway, so instead though, we watched finally Covenant then as well. So we put on Covenant, and it's funny, both times we were like, we don't have to watch the whole movie. We'll start it, right? And both times with Prometheus and Covenant, we're like, well, I guess we watched the whole thing in one sitting, which for me, if anybody knows, that's a lot. Like that's a lot for me. That said, I usually, both times I wasn't drawing, or I mean, I wasn't watching it completely. She was, where I was drawing though and doing other stuff. But anyway, man, Covenant was such a good movie. Again, I knew it was. That was still one of my favorites. I remember going to theaters for that one, actually. Really good movie. But I'm excited now because what that means is we're all caught up, right? We can actually finally watch Romulus, which I've heard mixed things that it's not quite as good and blah, blah, blah. But that's fine. I don't even care. I just want to watch it. Like, it's Alien, and I love Alien stuff. And so the fact that I haven't let myself watch that yet has been so weird, but I wanted to share it with her. And so now I'm very excited to be able to. So that'll be fun. And then the new TV show itself is coming at some point. I think it was Hulu that's got it, that had the, I love me some xenomorphs, am I right? So here I've added like a metric poop ton of ink, like just slapped it on this arm now. And yes, it looks a little heavy, but I kind of am okay. Like I wanted this one to be a very ink heavy kind of piece anyway. I knew it would be given the context of, the character itself and how much information he has and how much shadow technically would exist within him. Well, I really liked it, and the opening was absolutely perfect. Okay, well, I hope, again, it's one of those ones where even though like I complained about Alien 3, right? I don't know, it's like the Dark Souls energy of like, well, it's still an Alien movie. Like it's not, I'm sure if I sat there and watched it again, I probably would still even like it regardless. Like it's just me being picky at that point. But really, like Dark Souls, like, okay, the worst Dark Souls is still a Dark Souls game, and I still love it. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay, worst case scenario, it's still one of the things I really like. So I'm sure that's if I were to let myself watch Alien 3 again, it'd probably be the same energy. So with Romulus, that's what I was getting at, where like, I'm sure regardless, I would still like it pretty much either way. Relatively biased in that. Should I give him a rock nipple? Is that the move here? Rock nipple? 100%. Yeah, give him that rock nip. Ain't no nippy like a rock nippy, because a rock nippy's real hard. That's I'm pretty sure that's one of Ben's audio lines, like with one of his other skins, maybe. That's you know, the higher rarity skins have different audio lines. That's one of his. Pretty sure. Don't quote me on it, but it pretty much is. Okay, is my coffee gone? Oh no, it's not. And then gets coffee and a piece of chocolate time. Yeah, it's weird. So since I want to stream longer, I've been trying to figure out how I can have like decent amount of food still, because I eat normally at like 1:30 anyway. So I still got my chocolate, but then I've also got my like a little like snacky bar over there with my water that I'll grab at like 1 or 2 maybe. I don't know. I wanted to have like my actual lunch up here then, but it's like a big bowl of crap, right? I don't know if I want to have that while I'm up here streaming. We'll see though. Maybe I get really hungry on Tuesdays and Thursdays and I'm like, screw it. Mm-hmm. So my girlfriend took yesterday off. She was work stuff was just, you know, sometimes when work is hitting you too hard and you're just like, I'm done. Like you've been hitting a wall for too long, right? Everybody hits those points. And it was funny because like she's normally gone then by the time I wake up. Like, oh God, huge eraser. And it's cute because like she usually puts her clothes for the day for work outside of our bedroom door when we go to bed. So it's there. So she wakes up and then get changed and does her makeup and stuff, whatever, in the other bathroom, not the master bathroom. And then, so she doesn't like wake me up. She leaves her clothes outside the bedroom door then, like her pajamas. It's always just her clothes sitting there. It's always funny. And I give her crap because she balls up her socks and does all these things from like, can you not do that, please? They're going in the hamper. But anyway, yesterday I woke up and I went to go like, you know, out of routine, open the door expecting to grab the pile of pajamas that are waiting for me there. And it was still the clean clothes that was supposed to go to work. And all of a sudden I just hear, I took today off. And there she is just sitting on the couch. You guessed it, watching a K-drama. But it's funny because since she took that day off, I still treated it like my normal Thursday, right? Like I got the stuff done I wanted to get done. All same old stuff. She went to go see her parents a little bit. She got some medical things, blah, 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 right? Who cares? But my brain somehow, like, it gets confused when she's home. So, like, the next day, like, when I woke up today, my brain, like, completely spaced on what day it was. Completely. Because she was home all day, yes. Well, not home all day, but, like, do you know what I mean? Like, so, like, it's those little things that my brain was like, oh, crap, it's actually Friday this morning. Like, when I woke up, I was like, cool. So, I don't know if we're doing too much this weekend ourselves. But, you know, you know, based on all of that, she will watch a K-drama and I will play some Marvel Rivals. So, there's that at least, which is, you know, I'm cool with. The one thing we need to do is, I know I've talked about it a bunch, is we need to get a new gym membership because the gym our gym situation is a mess. And like we have not like the longest I've ever gone not going to the gym regular is like 2 weeks, maybe 3 at most when I was like had COVID, right? That's it. We have not regularly kept a routine for the gym now because of the holidays. We take that time to work out at home. And then with the gym closing and all the other stuff that's been going on with family things here and her work and stuff, we haven't been to the gym regularly since Thanksgiving, which that might not sound that crazy. I've never gone more than 3 weeks, and that was with COVID, not keeping my gym routine, right? To not be there for over 3 months regularly, I am literally dying. Like both of us are. And it's a weird thing where like you don't realize your brain would think like, oh, you're not going to the gym, you probably have more energy or this or that. No, it's the exact opposite effect that like unless you are an active, person like that, you wouldn't realize that like no, when you have your routine and you're actually going to the gym, you gain energy. Your body it's good for you, right? Like you are actually more energetic. You have more energy. And so we've both been just so much more lethargic in so many ways. And I feel like I've gained 1,000,000 pounds. I feel like my muscle mass, I'm like, well, there goes all my muscles. I'm a weak little boy again. Like it's just been rough. And so there's an Anytime Fitness here, which neither of us like Anytime Fitness, right? That's not one either of us really wanted to go to, unfortunately. But the way our gym has been, it's like the other one closed and the one we can go to sucks. So it's like, well, do we just, like where I talk about with my art, do we just erase it, right? Erase it, try again. And that's kind of where we're at. So we were gonna try them out this upcoming either weekend or this upcoming week for the time being and see like what the move is, but my God, we both need it. Like we need to get back to our routine of the gym because it's again, it's one of those things where if you don't do it, it's hard to understand the physical toll that it actually has on your body by not going. And it has just been not my favorite. And since it's also my like that's my therapy, right? Like that's where I go for my own mental health and like not having that on top of that with the different things going on in my life right now. I'm just like, so I'm dying. This sucks. Like I don't like any of this. So hopefully Anytime Fitness by us isn't as crappy as other ones are, but I'm not really holding my breath. And we establish even if it is crappy and we don't like it, then we just bite the bullet and accept kind of that the other gym will become our primary, even though we don't like it. But at least like once you accept it, you eventually kind of, you get used to it. It becomes routine enough, but we shall see. I am very ready for it though. We both are. Both are very, very, very ready for it. I'll need to draw his face sooner now at this point. I feel like it's one where I've been just doing all this stupid like rocky body texture. Oh gosh, the whole iPad moved there. No, like it just looks messy now, and I really want like something else to go here. And I feel like the face I wanted to redesign a little bit as I went along anyway. So I feel like this will be like right now I'm just like drawing random rocks, and this is talking about draining. This is weirdly mentally draining because it's kind of I at first thought I'm like, oh good, it'll be kind of like cathartic, but instead it's more lethargic. Like just kind of like going through. and there's not much to talk about of the drawing process here because I'm just kind of going, you know, like there's nothing like, oh, well, I'm thinking this or I've resolved that. I'm like, I'm drawing some lines. You know what I mean? I mean, it's clobbering time, but not too much talking time. Hey. That's a weird. I was like, this point here is like everything intersects, which that does not look great. We always talk about tangents. That was a weird tangent that did not look good. Okay, once I finish this hand, I'm not even going to do the rest of the arm. I'll just do the hand real quick, finish this up, and then I'll start working on his face just because I'm frankly going to fall asleep doing this right now. Holy crap. Like, with just like the chill, like video gamey lo-fi right now. And I'm like bundled up. I've got like my nice thick hoodie on. I've got bum pants on and nice warm socks. And I'm just sitting in the game room now. And I'm just like, whew, I am like struggling to stay awake kind of energy, weirdly enough. Not that I'm tired, but like, you know, when you have like those other outside stimulus that are kind of keeping you like, I'm comfy, I'm warm. And this is monotonous, so. Like I said, I'm trademarking it. Like I said, I thought it would be cathartic, but it's just making me lethargic. That's my new. I'm trademarking that phrase because I'm cool. Okay, so let's thicken up some of these lines preemptively for when we draw more of the body, the arm there. Just so it's already off a little bit of the page, you know, like where it has some extra presence even without having the this is what I need to be doing more of my sketchiness. I feel like these are all too clean and that's why it looks weird. Like this is super clean. F that. I don't like it being so clean. I'm just literally squiggling because I don't want it to be this clean. Don't mind me. Squiggly D. Like squiggles with reason, obviously. Like consciously placed places, but yeah. Cool. His hand wasn't done yet. Damn it. I thought it was done. I was like, cool. Now done. I totally forgot. So I need to look into it. I had somebody on Wednesday told me about, I never ended up having time to look into it because Thursday was just, again, we've got some medical stuff in the family going on with my grandma. And that was a big day Thursday. And so definitely didn't have time Thursday to go through the copyright free sound that they had shown me, the one YouTube page. So I definitely need to look into that because as I'm making video stuff right now, I'm struggling to find sound effects or music and stuff that I know I can put into a video without, you know, some sort of penalty, you know. And by penalty, I mean being completely demonetized and not be able to use it by having copyright strikes. AKA horrible. I like how in a vacuum, like just zooming in this far, I'm like, what the hell am I even looking at? Like, what is this? These big old balls. Giggity. So we know the light's coming from above there, right? We said, so we can actually give some nice, since the light's going to be like right there, the closest to the light would form the strongest shadows right there then. So let's kind of slap that on the difference from the, I mean, with the, okay, so if characters have 3 fingers, right? Is the last finger still pinky then? Is that the logic? It's pointer, middle, pinky? Is that how we think of it? Because it's your brain says pinky's the end. Middle is still quite literally the middle, and pointer still looks like pointer. So it's just pointer, middle, pinky. It's the ring finger that gets removed. Is that our logic? I kind of like that. That makes sense to me. Okay, what am I doing? I can work on his face. I'm already done. Okay. So I wanted to keep the expression, but I feel like I just needed to finesse like his nose a little bit and the mouth and the cheeks because I just kind of like heavy shaded them. So let's start with the brow because I feel like that's the most prominent thing. Giggity. And like the way his brow is, it looks like we've got one, like a separation still of eyebrows, right? Because it goes really thick on the 2 brows, and then the middle piece does appear to be, I don't want to say recessed, but definitely more in compared to the brow part. You know, like it feels like an actual separation here of like 2 eyebrows, despite being all one big old rock. So we're keeping that like a recessed piece like that. And when I did some more work on this offline, I slightly changed the perspective on his head. Not super noticeable, but just a little bit where it's like this side is a little bigger than this side. Just so it feels like it was like slightly rotating in space. Nothing drastic, like I didn't drastically do it, but it was like just enough for my own edification to feel like it was. His nose doesn't appear to have like, his nose is the rock. Like it doesn't have any sort of like super other individual pieces of rock in it. You know what I mean? Like that is the nose. So we can leave it like that. His brow. Really want to sell. Too ovally. Make it longer, yeah. I'm not sure how I wanted to solve this. When we initially looked at his concept, right? His mouth is like a legitimate hinge, like a separate, like a trap jaw figure, like where it's one giant chunk that rotates, right? But I also wanted to give a little bit more organic movement to the mouth to make it stand out. So I'm doing something like this, where it's like a slight change in the shape. I don't know if that'll work. And same here, because I feel like he's always got that like, that Brooklyn-y like, you know, like vibe. So I kind of want like his, even though this is technically like this, right? Like his mouth is one big old rock. I don't know. I'm debating because now that I say that, it does make sense looking at this, just being like an open gape. But I also really want him to feel still like, I don't know, like when I picture someone like that, he's got that like, bottom lip and it's kind of curling around and it has a little bit of energy to it, right? So I think I'm going to stick with that still. And it is like his mouth. I want to make sure we sell that it is a plane shift here. That it go, you know, it's like edge, right? It's an actual flat, hard edge between his, like the upper, the actual lip, right? So by doing that, like imagine this is all in shadow, right? Like this is all underneath. It's a different plane. So to do that, I just want to really accentuate that all of these are lined up where everything else doesn't really line up, right? Like nothing on his body is super lining up, but on his face, I want that too, because that is one of the spots that are like uniform. Same with like the chest here, right? That I never really drew much other rockiness to, but you get it. Kind of. And hopefully that'll help set his face apart too and feel like it stands out. Again, when I add color, you can make it stand out in many ways too. But if we're looking at it just black and white, you still want it to read in just black and white. And if that doesn't, then I'm doing something wrong. And by black and white, I just mean line work. I'm not even obviously shading it at all right now. I still kind of want to keep all of this in shadow then. Maybe not all of it. I wonder if we still do like a connective point here. And then this is in shadow, maybe? Just so it feels still like a face. I feel like if it's all in shadow, it gets kind of lost. Like you're not telling the story fully of what we're looking at. So let's say like this is the bounds now of his head. So kind of the same thing where this brow, I want to keep a consistent through line to denote that it is a like an actual plane that exists in his body despite everything being rock. So I'm trying to figure out like, so on the original design, like I said, I wanted it to feel like it was curving a little bit more. So I think this kind of helps to sell that, right? That it's a wider curve and then a sharper, you know, like it kind of quickly terminates. Thank you, Orco Power. It's weird. I've been torn the whole time. Yeah, like I both like it, but also kind of hate it. And I'm hoping once I get color in, I'll like it more. It just feels very clean in like not a fun way right now, but we'll see. We'll see. So if his head is rotated, I kind of want to pull the eye in a little bit more closer to, it's like, so the more rotated your head is, right, the closer it'll appear to your nose, like on this side. Because just imagine, you know what I mean, if the circle's like this, and if it's straight, everything's kind of in the middle, right? But if it's rotated slightly even, your eye would be here, but then this one is still closer, right? So that's just what I am keeping in mind here, that it feels a little too far for how the rotation of the head should be. So I'm rotating by pulling in the eye closer to the nose. So in theory, that should help rotate it. In theory. His eye looks real big, and that's what I wanted. Like I want like one eye like jutting out compared, like one squint, one big. I feel like I always do that with my expressions because I'm lazy and it works, but. So he does have like a little spiky head we established, right? Similar to the shoulder energy where it's not necessarily spikes per se, but they are rotated in such a manner that they are facing upward. Since I have to be careful here because now his head is a different shape than what the original sketch was, right? Because we've rotated it a little bit more. I don't know for teeth. Do we draw like top and bottom? I kind of like that. If anything, technically, the teeth would go back, so we could get rid of. It would look something-ish along those lines, right? And do we just fill it completely dark then, maybe? We'll see. That might look too heavy because that's a big space of pure sketchy dark, but we'll see. We'll see. Can always erase. So we're keeping up his mouth here. It closes off, whereas like the bottom jaw continues, right? Has like an overhinging lap, like overlapping hinge here. So trying to illustrate that. Trying to, same idea here, just trying to like rotate the this line here. So that it kind of hits a point, yeah. I'm just adding like heavy thick lines between all of these just because it, I don't know, hopefully makes it feel like each piece is more unique That's what I'm trying to go for with the mouth here, where these pieces stand out a little bit more as individual pieces, but also part of like the same structure. So again, like when I talked about how there's logic to the pattern, right? It's not just random lines for the rock, right? His face is a curvature of all of these rocks, all of these stones, all of these things, right? He's getting there. Again, once we get color, trust me. I'm curious actually if I turn on my sketch layer or the rough color layer that I did originally. And that looks better already. Like my brain, once you see color filled in, I'm like, okay. Obviously, this is not the colors we're using exactly, but it helps. The way I do the eyes now he looks like he's like real shifty. Based on I've obviously inked it different than the original sketch had it, so my original sketch had it. Okay, well, we'll turn color on later once we actually color it. But for now, let's finish up. Do we see, where's this head terminate? That's what I was drawing there, trying to see like where the top would be. So it goes pretty high, right? Pretty tall. Let's resolve these spaces. On like there. So he's got like, the way his head looks in Rivals is it's not quite like the shoulder. The shoulder has a lot of like angled upward pieces, right, that make it appear spiky. His head doesn't, though it does still have that same energy. So I kind of want to just accentuate that, like where we have like one or two really like upward pointing feeling ones, and then we can still round out his head. Like I don't want it to be like a spiky head. Do you know what I mean? That seems, I get that could work, but it also just feels weird to me. Like what if we just have like another one like that, and then we call it. So we've got like a couple. I actually want this one almost like it's in front of all of these pieces. So it feels a little more like it was starting to look too organized, his head, right? Let's break the bounds just a smidge. Okay. Yeah, that kind of works ish. Really like draw the straight line going up to feel like it's more of a point, maybe like have some sort of like notable. Yeah, like that looks cool. Kind of like this line, how it breaks the rock, where I feel like it creates extra. So I feel like that needs to be included in like some of these things, maybe. Like maybe I need to do like thicker cracks in it. Maybe not exactly that, but you know what I mean? Like something to denote that there's a marked plane shift within the stone piece, right? We want this to stand out, so I'm not gonna try and like make this look anything. I'm just gonna slap on my ink all back here, right? I'm just gonna very messy throw all this here so it feels set apart from his unbelievably overly detailed looking body there. Okay, so zooming out, his face feels weird to me. Like the shape overall feels a little off. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna this part here feels too big. Whoops. Like it's sticking out too much. So we are going to pull this guy in to let the jaw exist a little better. And then over here on our left side, right? This also feels like it's getting too big. So I'm just gonna like, if we're putting stuff in shadow, let me just try and build more shadow and just see if that works. Otherwise I can erase some of the previous shadow then too. But I feel like it was getting too lopsided, his head there. Still feels a little big. Like this part here, I feel like is. We'll see. Maybe that's a little too heavy-handed of a shadow, but for now, I just wanted to sculpt in where the face is better because it was looking too wide, too wide. And now the chin kind of just continues down, right? It's got that Ron Perlman energy, kind of. Big old chin. Big old jaw, not even just chin, right? Mm-hmm. But yeah, like I said, not too much going on this weekend, and I'm okay with that. I wonder if anybody else has any fun weekend plans, though. Anything exciting going on in the world that isn't just me sitting playing Marvel Rivals and girlfriend watching K-drama. In-laws are here, but I also want to take it easy. I feel like sometimes those statements can go hand in hand, but also I don't I don't know if that does unless you dip, right? You can be like, "All right, y'all go to Disney. You guys have fun. I'm gonna stay home and play Fortnite." Which I mean, I could see you doing. I feel like you have done. It's tempting. There's a lot of gaming. So I'm adding in a little bit more space here because I almost blocked off too much. So I'm just kind of erasing to build another little rock piece here. Oh, gotta start boring tax stuff at some point. Yeah, I have to start tax stuff, but I also have to still like the medical insurance stuff right now is still an absolute garbage fire on my end because of, the beautiful garbage human being that is Elon Musk and his hand in things that he shouldn't have hands in. So everything is like on pause with my insurance right now because of some problems with that. So it's like I've just got a lot of things to do with that, and it's hard to get the drive to do stuff with that kind of stuff, just like taxes. Like, so boring and so broken with our system anyway, as is. So it's hard to want to do it. Hopefully, with taxes, you get money back, though. I never do. I never, ever, ever get money back, no matter what. Like, even in scenarios where my brain's like, I 1000% should be getting money back this year, I still don't. So I don't know if how yours are set up, if you think you should be this year or not, but hopefully, hopefully for your case, you get money, don't have to spend money. not banking on getting money back, but should pay a hell of a lot less with a financial advisor now. Yeah, that I would hope, because if not, I'd be like, what am I paying you for then? Anyway, advise me, dang it. Your services are no longer required. You made us owe too much money. Get out of here, Carol. I'm guessing Carol is your financial advisor's name because it just sounds like it would be. If it is Carol, that would be pretty hilarious, actually. Been paying quarterly finally after 3 years, so God, I hope. Okay, yeah, working, for those that don't know, doing like freelancy work or, contract stuff, it's super dumb that like you have to like, because the idea is your income can vary from, different parts of the year. It's been a few people. Okay, well, I already forgot the name that I just made up, that I said it was her name, so it's okay. I already forgot it because I'm an idiot. But yeah, you have to pay quarterly. Carol. Okay, thank you. Oh, my brain is, yeah. But yeah, so you have to pay quarterly. So their idea is like, oh, well, so long as you pay quarterly, then you shouldn't owe as much, because then there's like a fee on top of that if you're not paying quarterly as a contract employee for stuff. And it's just, again, if Americans don't know the system is broken, then they don't understand the system, basically. Huzzah! Yay, broken. Oh, Carol. So Christmas Carol is where my brain goes to with that. And 2 years ago, not this Christmas, but the Christmas before. So girlfriend's side, her mom does like a lot of like cute little games and stuff. And one thing was like I don't remember. It was like a word. She's done like word scrambly things and stuff like that. But the one was like a trivia thing for Christmas. And it was like had Christmas, classic movies and different things all with it. And the caroling song, here we go. Allow the scenes to like whatever, that one. Apparently the original line was wassailin'. Here we go, a wassailin'? The f is wassailin'? I was like, you making this up? Carol? Her mom's name's not Carol. But yeah, fun fact, it's here we go. The original was wassailin'. So some old-timey term for putting your finger up your butt. I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm no old-timey word expert, but I'm guessing that's what it meant. So if that ever comes up in trivia, wassailin'. I thought she was making it up, not gonna lie. I Googled it though, and it was a thing. So I'm like, nah, she contacted the internet. She contacted Mr. Internet and had to change too. It's still made up. Betty and fun fact. It was a fun fact of the day. A wassailin'. Betty and Linda were previous names. Nice. Dude, what the hell? So I've been like zoning out with this. I didn't realize I've been like the rubber grip just like slid all the way down, and it was almost at the very end of the stylus. That was weird. I've never spaced out with that before. It was like almost touching the iPad. Okay, Ben. Oh, now it feels weird. I adjusted it to where it was supposed to be. Now it feels really high up. Weird. My brain got like so accustomed to it from that little bit. Okay, 1 o'clock. That's pizza chocolate time. Just because I said I had more of a cadence for time. It was every hour. Now it's like, because I'm streaming longer, I'm like, hey, I want a piece. I'm gonna eat a piece. And like I said, they're the Valentine's Day ones. They're smaller. So it's like nothing. They're just little hearts. They're not even giant squares. Ooh, lunchtime yourself. What is lunch for you? Something yummy? Something gross? 2 gallons of milk and nothing else? I'm on my all milk diet. Nothing but milk. Not a clue. Well, it sounds like you're gonna drink a gallon of milk then. That's so weird to me. Like, I'm such a person of routine that, like, when people like, I don't know, what do we do for dinner tonight? What are we doing for like? My brain is such a like creature of habit and meal prep and all that stuff too. And obviously my health nut nature, where it's like, yeah, I know exactly what I'm eating. Oh gosh, reminds you of a hilarious story revolving around milk uh at your comic store. Well, that is an intriguing story, and I would like to hear it. I love a good milky comic. I haven't been to my comic store in a while. Like, we picked up our Ninja Turtle Naruto comic, and then like I think I'm behind. I eat more than air, if that's what you're insinuating. What was I saying? Oh, I think I'm behind. I think Grommets, the final issue of Grommets came out. Um, but I don't know. I can't remember if it was. I think it might have actually not been until like March though was the final. I think 7th or 8th issue. I can't remember how many that was going to be. But just thinking of needing to go back to the comic shop at some point sooner than later, I probably should look at that because I'm not all caught up reading, but I have all the ones up to the point now. But that is a good one. I love the art in that one in Grommets. For those that don't know, it's like a 80s like slice of life energy of just like these kids in like skate culture, like skateboarding culture and stuff. Rick Remender is one of my favorite comic artists, writers, all this stuff, and so he was doing that one, right? I'm pretty sure that was his. Or I'm just plugging Rick Remenders because I like him so much and I'm just speaking out my ass. Okay, it is his. Good. I was like 99% sure that was Rick Remenders, but sometimes I feel like so we always make fun of people on YouTube who like spout stupid facts or things that are wrong and stuff like that. But I'm not gonna lie, streaming, I can see how people do that. Like, because you're just talking so much. I'm not fact checking as I'm talking. Like streaming, especially like making video content's different because you can Google it and look stuff up before you speak. But like I can see where it comes from a little bit because like sometimes you're just spitting, right? You're just talking. I don't know what I'm gonna say. And so like I can see how it is pretty easy to make a couple, fumbles that like anybody listening would easily catch. But as you're talking, you're like, oh, did I say that? I didn't even know. Was I wrong? Was I right? No. That said, yes, that we've watched somebody for Fortnite content for a long time, and I think I'm finally done. Like I haven't been adding their stuff to watch anymore, just because the kid's gotten so like clickbaity with everything he does. And then on top of that, like it's just a rehash. Like it's a 10-12 minute video like recapping news of like, new Fortnite stuff coming or things like that, right? But it's like the same if it's a 12-minute video, 7 minutes of it is him recapping the previous video. And I'm like, okay, we've made the joke. I gained nothing from this. Like, why am I listening to this? So Honestly, I think I'm just done watching his videos because they're just too clickbaity and too just, I don't know. Not like I don't get my information anyway in other, in other ways from the internet. I don't like that. I was trying to be like more wiggly with some of these lines, but I feel like it gets. Oops. I feel like I'll need a different brush to do that. I'm done camping out for these videos and I'm rushing away. You stupid, stupid comment. The dude's videos, the kid goes by Camping Rusher. So that's what that terrible, terrible joke was by Lopology there. Thank you. Oh, that was good. I'll give you that. That's like the really, I was looking down. I didn't see. I don't catch chat right away. You know what I mean? Like it takes a sec sometimes to come in. And if I'm like looking down, not focusing, you're focusing on the drawing and stuff. That's funny. Yeah, you just sat there with bated breath, like I made a good one. I hope he likes it. Hi, Poppy. I approve. Thank you. It was good. And by good, I mean absolutely terrible in a good way. So when I zoomed out now, again, I'm just slapping on like heavy, heavy lines because that's just what I do. Making them thick. Because it didn't feel like his face felt a little too like it didn't. I don't know. I needed some more thick lines. Don't ask me, or ask me. That's fine. Yeah, you probably were just sitting there thinking, waiting for the joke. He's got jokes. Man, if we're talking stories though, oh, when you mentioned a milk story, whatever you had to tell, I don't even story time here, I guess. We'll take a mid what time is it? Maybe it's time for a you know what? Let's do that. I'm gonna switch out and grab water. Cause just right here. Real quick. Ugh. So little story time while I switch over and I eat a little bar and stuff like that and have my medicine ready. My boring old man medicine that I need to take. So, as we've talked about, I am very particular about like food and all of that kind of stuff that we eat for dinner and all that. Like right now I'm just eating this. It's from like iHerb. It's a like an herbal supplement company and this is just like maple nut and sea salt bar and it's literally just literally that. It's like a lumpy little bar. Nothing exciting. But it gets the job done. So, I guess it's hard to tell a story while I'm eating. It's probably a dumb idea. Seeing as I can't talk. but we'll take this break together. Oh, man. This damn chair. I really like it. But the one arm is starting to get real wibbly wobbly. And when I readjust, I'm like, uh-oh. Please be okay. I really like you, chair. And then the padding kind of is ripping on it. It's seen better days. I got this chair, actually, with COVID. This is my COVID chair. Fun fact. I had like a super old computer chair for the longest time. Like, it was matted to hell. But like, I'd only used it when I would play games at night with my friends, right? So it wasn't like, oh my gosh, I can totally tell how old this is and how crappy it is. I didn't really care. But all of a sudden, when I was sitting, when we had to like work remotely then, when you're sitting for so long every day, I was like, holy hell, I'm gonna die using this chair. Like, and so the studio, then I contacted them. I lived down the street from the studio. And they had given me like our Cintiq, all these like thousands upon thousands of dollars worth of equipment they had provided us to work from home. And I'm legit down the street and I'm like, hey, can I get my computer chair too? Like, it's not like I can literally drive down, grab it. I can wheel it. Like, I'll carry it for God's sakes. Like, that's how close I worked to my apartment. I'm like, I will literally physically pick it up and walk it. It won't even go in a car. I'll just put it above my head and carry it. And they're like, no, absolutely not. I'm like so aggressively about it. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, you're cool with like $5,000 of all this computer stuff and electronics, but then I'm asking for a chair, which granted, they were nice chairs. But anyway, so I didn't get a chair from them, and so I had to buy my own. And this was the chair I got. And I've had it ever since. It's solid, it works. I've tried to get other chairs and they just don't. You know, sometimes you get like a comfort to the thing you are used to. That was definitely the case with this chair. I don't even know. It was like a really random, it wasn't like, so I've looked into nice chairs before, like genuinely nice chairs, and I don't end up liking them. Like, I know, like, I don't know, like I've looked at, what is the one? I've almost bought them multiple times. Let me, oh gosh, my iPad is like straight up in my way. I've looked at, I can't remember the name of the one, and I've almost bought it like 8 times. It's like a super like bougie looking chair company. I don't know why, I just Googled it and it's like coming up all ads. Why is Google being weird? What the hell? Google. Whatever. The one I'm thinking of is like literally called like Hiken or something, like a Staples Hiken desk chair, I think. Like, it's really not. Is this the one? Oh no, it's not Hiken. That's the one. Okay. So here, this is the one I got that I didn't like. So I have, let me switch. Whoopsies. How do I clicked on too many things. So this is the, oh God, stupid. This is the chair I got at my, in the office now, right now. Because it was on sale and I was like, oh, good. And Slick Deals, everybody talked about how great it was. And I was like, okay, $140 or whatever it was at the time. And of course, they pull this crap where everything's on sale, right? It's not on sale. That's just the price. But honestly, this is what I have. It's just this. It's $120. It's not like some crazy chair. It's just literally this, the Dexley. Nothing fancy. Like, this is hella basic, and it's this black one. This is it. If I have one complaint, is I wish the arms could go a hair lower. IKEA had some good ones. I talked about on stream a couple weeks ago because we saw a clearance one at IKEA that was pretty great, but also pretty beat up, so I didn't get it. IKEA's got good ones, but I feel like they're really overpriced. But this, like, for 120 bucks, this gets the job done. If you want a nice chair, though, obviously, like, you get the Herman Millers or something like that. Yeah, I cannot remember what computer chair. There was, like, a specific brand that I remember, and all they have are, like, 5 different, like, really nice. What if I just Google nice computer chair? What does everybody else use? What kind of chairs are we rocking here? Somehow it's no longer a drawing stream. It's a chair stream, okay? Yeah, Herman Miller stuff are always super nice. And goodness gracious, expensive. This is going to drive me crazy that I cannot think of the name of the one. Branch? Is this it? I remember it was like a... Really not a... Oh my gosh. Where is just at Branch? I'll know if I see the website. Because it was like a very... Yep. This is the one I've debated. Maybe not this exact chair. But like the Branch chairs, these are the ones... I've never sat in them once, for the record. It's just in all of my research and seeing how I like chairs. These all look really good. But again, as you can see, much more pricey than $120 from Staples. But these definitely look like premium ones. But that's my thing. It's like, how do you spend $500 plus on a chair that you can't... Well, some of these have head support. But yeah, some of these definitely don't. A lot of them have like attachment-y things, I think, where you could add stuff too. I don't know if these ones do in particular. I don't know, but I don't get like spending $500-$600 and I can't sit my butt on it. Like, I don't know. I don't like that. I wanna like, if they had a store, I'd be far more inclined, right, to sit my butt down and try it. But if I can't put my butt on the thing, I don't want it. I don't want it. Let my butt touch it and I'll decide, right? Let my butt be the guide. Let thy butt be thy guide, you know? I guess if they have a good return window, but like those chairs, you got to build them and do all, like, I don't know. That just sounds like that's more of a hassle than I care. Like way more of a hassle. Yeah. But I mean, I'm still just, honestly, I'm probably just going to get this same chair again. 120 bucks, game over, done. I don't care. Like, if it gets the job done, why reinvent the wheel with it? Like, I might just get a new one of these. The ironic part was, I had waited because it was like 120 bucks or whatever. And it was one of those ones where like, it's always on sale, right? Those chairs that are like Staples and other places where it's like, oh, look, it's on sale. Like, you can't tell me it's on sale when that's just the price at this point, you know? I had watched it for like months, that chair. And then it finally was like, you know what? At this point, it hasn't changed price once. Not once. And I'm like, so maybe on, for Thanksgiving, like for Black Friday, I was like, oh, you know what? Black Friday, maybe they'll actually discount it for real. Like give it a healthy discount. And, Black Friday sale came and it came up with the exact same price. It called it the Black Friday sale, but it was the same price it had been for like 5 months before. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. I was like, whatever, I don't care. That's stupid. And then after Black Friday, it jumped up. Like it no longer reverted back to the old sale, but the same price. It legit just skyrocketed. It was like $180 then. And I was like, whoa. Whoa. And I'm guessing they probably did that just so when people bought it with Black Friday, if they looked back, they saw it still like, wow, I got such a deal. I was like, you can't pull that crap. It's been that price the whole damn time. So then I was like, I don't even want it until it's under $120. That was my weird thing. I was like, once it's less than $120, I shall buy it just out of principle now. So any sort of deal, it'll be like $118 and I'll be like, sold. Y'all got me. You gave me $2 off. You hear me, Staples? You don't have to do much to convince me now. Real easy sell. Just give me any discount. But they do like there's like a Staples warehouse or something that I accidentally subscribed to apparently. And I kept getting like emails like, look, X% off a purchase. And I was like, oh, great, I can do it on the chair. Only to realize it's for the stupid, like, again, Staples warehouse where it's just random overflow stock and garbage. I'm like, stop doing this. So I immediately, once I realized that, I fell for it twice and I didn't realize it was the wrong, like, not actual Staples directly. I finally remember unsubscribing from. I was like, you stupid. How did I not do this earlier? Man, he is looking like a whole lot of little rocks. I knew it was going to be like, I don't want to use the word obnoxious, but like it was going to be I don't know, you could use the word obnoxious, kind of an obnoxious drawing. Once I started inking it, he looked so much more chill in my sketch of him. Now he's looking pretty, he's got a lot going on. He's pretty, a lot of lines, let's just say that. He's full of lines, this fella, this Ben Grimm. Which I am, like I know I've said it multiple times on stream, I'm very excited to hopefully make some time tonight. I don't know when I'm going to have time tonight, honestly, the way our schedule is, but I'm going to squeeze it in. Giggity. Honestly, when I come home, there's like I've got a slight window of time that I was going to do some video editing stuff, but I'm not going to lie. I might turn on Marvel Rivals instead. It's only like an hour window that I had, so you know, I think that sounds like Marvel Rivals time. Like I said, after this, I've got a late lunch, and then I'm meeting my buddy for just a nice walk outside to catch up. I haven't seen him in a while. He's been real busy. He's getting married. His wedding's in Florida. It's a big old ordeal. And by ordeal, I mean it's just like, it's a big thing. It's 3 days. It's over Memorial Day weekend or something. It's going to be busy. But, you know, he's been flying back and forth to Florida. He's going to be moving soon himself. And so I've not really seen him much at all. So it'll be nice to catch up. I know I was hoping to have more time to hang out, but the way the schedule today went with me of trying to get this stuff done, if my life is going all bonkers and I'm like stressed with things, this is the one, you know, I'm trying to keep at least this consistent for me, you know, the streaming and all of that. So I was like, I can't really sacrifice the stream, even if I wanted to go hang out with him a little longer, but we still made time. We made time, so. And I told him we'll meet at the one park that I really like. It's an old, it's just like, it's multiple big lakes. It's kind of near where I used to live. It was pretty gorgeous. So one of my old apartments then, I was so as someone who goes for walks and is always outside, right? I absolutely loved this apartment because it backed up into a nice path that just led into this massive forest preserve. The entire, basically my backyard was a forest preserve. And I took so much advantage of that, in that you just walk that path every day. Like, it was absolutely gorgeous and I loved it. And it was one where it actually had like multiple lakes. There was multiple different paths you could go, all these things. And so what I ended up doing was you would change it up almost every day. It was really nice. But now that we're like boring house people, you know, like we just live in a subdivision now, and it's not a bad subdivision. It's a nice, relaxing one, but it's not the same as having a forest preserve in your backyard. Like, that was amazing. So being able to go, I told him we'd meet there again because that was such a nice spot. I kind of miss it. So it'll be nice to go back. Different energy seeing as it's covered in snow right now, but very pretty, both in snow form what it's like Pokemon, like Alolan form and Kanto form or whatever. Like it's the Alolan form right now. Still cool, different, but still good. So right now I'm just still just going through the motion, just adding more bricks to our beefy Ben here. Our Ben cakes. We did the face. The face looks good. Now we're just kind of going through this. I can kind like it's weird because like I said, my brain keeps when I try and go quick, I make shapes that look too much the same. Like way too much the same. And it's very obvious it was like you know what I mean, like a manufactured feel, like not organic. So I keep like catching myself because I keep doing it way too much. We talked about it before where like sometimes making things organic is weirdly hard because you can either make it look too purposeful, but it still needs to look good. Always a balance. So I want his like this peck to feel like they're all the same, but I kind of want to do more of like what I did with the mouth here, where it's not like right now it is like a legitimate straight line. And that kind of looks weird. But if we just kind of have each piece have its own little break in its own way that follows that, I feel like that might look better without being so on the nose. Kind of. Yeah, that looks fine. That looks better. If again, it feels more natural, but still like designed on like a purposeful design. I might call doing like I don't even want to do his top part right now. I kind of want to just do the like even this space right here. I don't want to do it right now. Or here, I've got so much empty space that I haven't bothered to line. But maybe we work on something not. Let me slap in some heavier shadows here, real quick. Just scraping them in there like I do, real messy, just to feel like his head exists more. We need to sell this roundness a little better. I don't know what we need to do, but I feel like the movement of his arm doesn't feel quite the way I want it. Like it doesn't feel as organically like turning. Ooh, I need to change the nib on the stylus. I just heard it like like a little. When you can hear it and it makes a different sound, you know it's time to change it. I'm unbelievably heavy-handed, so I go through these pretty regularly. I wear them nibs to the ground, as the kids say. Is that a phrase kids say? Am I right? I wear them nibs to the ground. I hope they don't. I really hope they don't say that because that's weird. So I realize here I kind of want this shape to still go up into the arm. So I'm adjusting that a little bit more. And then the shoulder, I kind of want to still like bleed into it just a little. So it's more of like a natural. Like this big line still kind of exists and is pulling it back. Again, not exactly like that, but enough that it sells it. Okay, so I think we can draw the pants now or something just to get away from drawing all of this. So let's get the pant going. Kind of giving a little bit more curvature based on the perspective here than I originally drew. Just a little. That looks bad. Our one buddy was saying comments the other day. I don't remember what exactly it even was. He's like, I don't like that because I think it looks bad. Yeah, I don't know about that. It's just, it's bad. He's like, but I do like that. It's good. And so we were like, man, you need to start reviewing stuff. What good insight you have. Like, what a dingus. This is bad. Man. He knows his stuff. He knows his stuff, folks. Man, I cannot get this line the way I want it right now. Really thick still. What the hell? Why am I? This is a weird struggle right now. I cannot. Usually when that's the problem, I just need to physically readjust because it's probably just like the angle of my body just isn't agreeing with the stroke. That actually didn't look bad. Screw that. We're keeping it. Okay. We had talked about, we were simplifying this design because we didn't want to do exactly the way his pants look because it's too much detail, right? Too much detail. So we decided in the sketch phase to simplify, right? By keeping it just the circle, but also still giving him it's receded, right? So we'll do this little line here to denote that it's like behind, you know what I mean? Like it's sticking out. There's thickness here. But that's it. I don't want to add more than that, I feel like, because anything else just gets messy and lost. So here's where it's a little tough because I've done such thick lines. So we need to, I specifically want these pieces still here because these are breaks in color. And I want these breaks in color here. Otherwise it gets too samey. So like if we take a peek here back at the colors that we blocked in, because then we can at least have gray, blue, and white. So that little bit of color variety will help, right? It'll help sell more going on there. And I really want to make sure I keep that in the this inking phase here. As small as it may be, right? Like this is not a large amount of space that we're going to see it in, and that's okay. I don't want it. It doesn't need to be huge. It just needs to exist. Giggity. That's what she said. I'm an adult. Don't worry about it. I feel bad. I hear the garbage truck right now. Lately, like obviously for us, like garbage, garbage comes every day technically for different people. But I feel like lately in our neighborhood, it's been like right when the weather sucks, like when the snow's been real crappy, and like the one time I had to like, I don't know, like trying to position the snow, like with the garbage things on the snow or different things like that. I'm always like, ooh. I feel like lately they've been having not fun time having to deal with garbage stuff. I do not envy them. I say again because the garbage truck is right here picking up the trash. Maybe that's my friend's reviews. This is trash. It's, his very well, articulated feedback. This is good. It's like there's some spots that I like to like I want in shadow, but because I do my sketchiness, I kind of like the idea of like, well, it's not like 100% black, right? Like right here, like um, this, I scratched in there, so there's still going to be some sort of light touching it in our eyes, but not quite as thick as like this outline, right? I don't know why that just looked weird there. My brain told me to fix this. Eh. Okay. So what would we do? So the pant here, I haven't like drawn the groin area just so we've got that pattern too. Again, simplified the pattern where it's just one loop of this like line, right? But we've talked about before, sometimes having these little bit of design elements aren't even for the design element when we do our illustration stuff, right? It's to sell the angle, to sell the perspective, right? So like right here, it's curving one way versus the other, right? So we're curving in technically on this side and out. Same direction nonetheless, yes. But perspective wise, it feels a little different. And so by doing that, it tells us without having to do much else, we just get to add this little bit of detail. But that detail then tells us the direction of the groin of the pants, right? So sometimes these kind of little flourish pieces like that like maybe aren't like the most interesting looking design pieces still serve a function though by being instructive kind of to the viewer of what we're looking at. But still just going in like we've talked about, just adding some detail, but also just thickening up lines that I feel like need a little bit more attention. Or like here, like faking in like shadow, like in this instance right there, that's like, that is built-in shadow based on where the light is coming from. Don't need to shade it if it's already thick and black. And then we talked about like having something in here for color variation. This is a prime example of that, where like I really want to make sure this stayed in because this is where there's a color break in his outfit. It goes from white like a dark gray to then the blue, right? And so by keeping that in, I feel like that just adds the energy of, being able to see different colors. That said, that looks weird. I want to curve it a little more. The leg's really coming out, right? So what if we don't curve it that way? What if we start at more of an angle and a little higher? Wonderful. Look at that pant. So again, this is all going to be pretty heavily in shadow. So I'm just thickening this because this belt is a thick belt, right? So if we do this really hard black line underneath, I feel like that should help sell that it is a very, very thick piece of material above it, right? Should being the operative word. But I think it does. I think that helps. Add a little bit of like shadow to these just so it feels like there's like it's raised up a little, which it is in the design. In the costume, it's raised off the pant just a smidge if we look at the game. I feel like we just need a little bit more darks in here. And definitely up here, I want to add more darks to the circle. Because it is, if it's going to be, like we said, an established, like, there is 3D space here where it's recessed in the logo area, then it would have some thicker lines from some shadow, right? And even if there's not, it just makes it look better. Like, you don't want all the exact same. Okay, you might. Again, we've talked about this before. I don't know other people's vibes, but like my vibes with line work, right? I like having weight to it. Yes, you can do it without line weight and make it look nice. But for me, for my money, the way I draw, I like selling the idea through line width, not just color. Again, that comes from my obsession with comic book stuff as a kid. And manga, really, like, because if you think about it, it was comic books and then manga. Manga, we don't have that in color, right? You're just looking at black and white, like on crappy newsprint paper usually, like. And so they're telling the story, telling the shapes, telling the shadows through line weight. Obviously, there's exceptions to that rule where they don't, but or they use cross hatching, other shadow, shading techniques. But for me, my brain always goes to just variation in line width to help sell. His pants are essentially, well, now that we're looking at them close, it's the same pattern as like this stripe thing that we did here. So we'll make note when we draw that now that it is 2 stripes essentially. I don't necessarily need to. Yeah, I'm not going to break it. Does it go up to the crotch? What are we looking at? I guess now that when we have the model in 3D, it's nice. Okay, no, it's just straight around. We don't need to do those like panel lines because technically it looks like there's like a panel line that goes down like this. Right? I don't think that's necessary. And technically it doesn't do that. It goes like this more so. Yeah, I don't think that's necessary. technically it doesn't even, it like folds back underneath the crotch, so it would only be like that. And then technically these panels go down to the crotch because there's like extra around it. Yeah, too much. I don't like that. So I don't want to draw the individual lines like as a silhouette break here, but I do want to do this where I have like a little bit right there. And just to show that it's like a separate piece, because I did it down here. So I want to at least allude to it being a little bit different up top there too, like on the opposite end. So if I do one end like this is very noticeable, the difference, right, in the shape. I want the other one to be a little more subtle then, because it's like you've already sold the idea, don't overdo it. So we already sold the idea that it's different. But then it is, like we said, a stripe. Does that leg have it too or no? Okay, no, the black line, yeah, it's just on the one. Nope. I've talked about too that like sometimes the simplest lines are the weirdest ones to do right. And this is a prime example of that, I feel like. Where I want it to help sell the shape, but I also sell the shape, but also the perspective, right? The fact that it's being pushed out. So I think here's a problem to this. I want to extend this curve a little bit harder. So it's a little bit more of an extreme angle. It's already a pretty extreme angle, but just saying like, sometimes it helps to fudge just a little more. And fudge we shall. We don't mess around. We don't joke about chocolate things in this house. So if we fudging, we fudging, baby. Okay, so I think the pants look good. This would come in a little bit more. The shape. Instead of being so curved, let's cut it a little bit. It stand out. So I have this stuff right now with Marvel Rivals, obviously, but I was talking to my girlfriend the other night about the, technically I could apply, once I get enough followers here on Twitch, I can apply to get creator access myself, and then I could have the updates and all these things early. So I could, for me, I wouldn't necessarily be making videos like that, but I'd be doing it then for art, right? Like, so I can draw the stuff, but then also maybe like with Ben, where I want to do his costume, then I'd have access to that footage, right? So I could do the costume video or something once I get those more, you know, efficient with my time of use casing them. So we'll see. But that means I need more followers here. So if you're watching and you aren't following, you should probably just click that follow button for me. I'd appreciate it. The goal is to get to 50, right? 50 is all you need for like affiliate or whatever. 50 followers. My watch time and concurrent viewership has already been well past the requirements, but like because I'm not doing my YouTube content right now as I planned, like I said, I don't have growth elsewhere. So it's not necessarily much. It's just the, you know, if people randomly find me here on Twitch, which is one of the least discoverable platforms in all of social media right now. So when I blocked these in, by the way, his legs, we talked about, and I'm just reiterating then, we talked about how the blocks are actually like very distinctly his different muscles for his quadricep, right? So the muscles in the leg, we've drawn legs plenty, right? But like if his leg is coming down like the way it is right now, it technically would be the quadricep breaks here and it folds down, right? And then there's tendons that connect here into the kneecap. And the kneecap exists here. Technically, people draw the kneecap as one thing. It's like the kneecap is a whole lot of things going on. It's three main chunks. But anyway, the break in the leg, for simple, information of drawing here, it's like that, right? Unbelievably rudimentary here, drawing of that leg. And then obviously from that angle, we would see like calf and, But in our instance here, we're eliminating any sort of back of his leg because I just want it to be simple and chunky. But also then we're following the rocks I wanted to make the rocks kind of fit like that, right? And so that's what we're doing here, where it's like kneecap and the two main parts here, quadricep and then the break in between. Just teaching, like showcasing that space through the rocks themselves. But don't mind me with this massive random drawing like I always do on the side to illustrate my point. But yeah, if I could get the creator code or creator access for Marvel Rivals, that would be pretty dope. I'd vibe with that. Now I'd be curious how that works because like, do they give it to your account and then you lose access to playing the game once you have access to the newer update and you can only play with other people who have the update, essentially losing your ability to like play ranked and other things like that? Or do they give you like a separate like creator account that then you log in with and that account has access to the earlier updates and stuff like that? No clue. Perhaps we shall find out one day. That day is not today, but one day. So since the leg is actually going away from us, right? One of the things, if you just caught what I fixed, was I want this rock to be coming towards us, not the other way around. So first I did it like this because that's just what my brain's been doing, right? But we don't want to see the bottom of that rock because the idea is the rock is let's imagine it being like a square like this, right? Like it's going away from us. So we would see this top, not the other. So I need to make sure I illustrate that. And I'm just kind of adding like heavy shadow between the different rock pieces right now. Hoping that'll help visually sell that it's moving away from us and it's in shadow too. Like kind of girlfriend and I'd never liked the phrase killing two birds with one stone, right? It's very aggressive. Why is it such a morbid phrase? Who's killing birds in the first place? Why do we need to kill so many birds? Like, why does a bird need to get killed, let alone two birds? Also, why with a rock? Like, I'm sure that spawns from something. There's always epidemiology for every phrase or some, reason it came to be. Not a fan though. Like, too aggressive, right? I don't want to kill birds. I don't want to throw rocks at birds. So we joked our phrase is not kill two birds with one stone. It's two hugs with one embrace. How absolutely cheesy and silly, Two hugs, one embrace, right? You can somehow give two different people hugs with just one big old embrace. I don't even remember why I mentioned that. What was I talking about? Something with his legs. We're killing two stones with his leg. I don't know. So unfortunately, me doing all of this, not mindless detail, but excuse me, very notable detail with this, how much rock I'm rendering out. I did not expect to. I don't know what I was thinking. Honestly, when I was doing this, my head, I was like, yeah, it'll be quick because I've got everything there. I'll just kind of sketch it in. But I'm like, but once I started doing it, I'm like, well, crap, this is a lot more. Like, when you draw a leg, you draw a leg, right? But now I'm drawing more than a leg because I'm drawing the whole damn rock structure attached to it and the shadows there within and all these things, you know? So I'm like, shoot, this is making it a lot longer. So it doesn't look like I'm even gonna, I don't know. We'll see if I can get to coloring it today. I might just block color in a little bit just so we've got something so I can post it. Because what time is it? It is already 1:50. Yeah, holy stromboli. That's longer than not longer. I'm still streaming for a while now, but I'm saying like this is taking longer than I wanted. But luckily, I mean, I forgot I'm almost done. I just need to fill in these other spots that I was lazy about. And I think that'll be fine. So let me just shadow up a couple of these lines here. Make them thicker. A thicker, snicker. Which, saying that out loud sounds weird. It's snicker, like the candy bar. But like with a southern accent. Oh my, what? Who made my eraser that big? When did I do that? Why did I, oh, because when I drew, when I was doing my little like anatomy lesson on the side like I normally do, I forgot I made it huge to erase it. Whoops, mobby. So I'm going to do this real quick already. I know, so this one's not as in shadow, right? But I still want to just slap a little bit of, slap some ink down around the shape of his face, just so when I draw other lines right now, it feels off from that a little bit. But I feel like the problem with this is that like I feel like this dark needs to like, if I'm leaning into this shadow, right? I kind of need to really sell it more. And I'm not quite selling it as much as I feel like I should. I wonder if we darken a couple pieces on him himself here. That like the shadow, you know what I mean? That it's like really rounded out in shadow, that side of his head. That helps a little. Again, this has been trying to ride that line of etchy, inky, but also like tight and loose at the same time. So not quite sure how well that's reading, but you know, as I've been doing lately, I'm just drawing something in a completely different way every stream. So buckle up, Buttercup, and get some weird drawings in every day. Or every couple days. It's clobbering time. So my brain just keeps like hearing like audio lines in my head as I do whenever I draw specific characters. So somebody had an interesting thing I saw on Reddit. So his whole thing in game, the things is that like once he like you can't move him, right? There's no abilities in the game that allow you to, like, Spider-Man can't pull him, right? Or Invisible Woman can't push him, right? There's all these things that make it so he is unable to be moved. But it's interesting, somebody brought up, well, why don't we, once we finally, eventually, hopefully, get the Juggernaut, how about it's the opposite, right? Like, no one can push and pull him if he's like not in motion, whereas the Juggernaut, nothing can stop his mobility. Like, once the Juggernaut is moving, then nothing can stop him in any way. You can't, he's got like uninterruptible moves then, which I think would be kind of interesting. And again, I just want, you know, give me that Marco Kane, baby. Any of the more X-Men is always cool with me. So obviously we're getting Blade next, and I've been trying to think of like, who would go with Blade? Like, do we get a villain then? Do we get like Ultron that was leaked? Do we get Dracula even? Or do we get something completely random? Do we get like, do we get an X-Man? Do we get, you know, like, I don't know. What do we get? Because I don't know like any specific characters that are like, wow, when I think of Blade, I also think of so-and-so. I mean, I'm not going to lie, my brain goes to Jubilee then, when Jubilee became a vampire in the comics, which was dope. But I don't think we're going to get that. Though if we do ever get Jubilee, I mean, the way that they've been getting some really good deep cut references, I wouldn't be surprised then if we did get Jubilee at some point and she has a vampire skin, but I'm not banking on that being like a thing with Blade. It's weird that like there's a lot of characters I'd like to have in the game, right? As a comic nerd, I'm like, oh my gosh, you could have blank, you could have, you know, like my brain goes to Nightcrawler and Gambit as some of my favorites, right? Always X-Men. I want Cyclops, I want Nightcrawler, I want Colossus. Like, we've already got Magic, so it would make sense then we get Colossus. I think Kitty Pryde from a gameplay mechanic would be like, she can go through walls. Like, what kind of nonsense could you pull with that, you know? Though if it's anything like the Doctor Strange portal, it might just break the game on certain people's computers if they're not up to snuff to running it. But it's also this weird realization of like, I'm also just really content with all the characters that do exist in the game. Like, it's not like I'm like, oh my god, I need so and so, right? Because everybody in the game is pretty dope. I don't need anything. Like, I'm pretty content with everything they've added, all the things they continue to add. Which, again, that says a lot about a game. Especially a game like this. Like, I don't know. It's fun to speculate on new things and new mechanics with characters and stuff. But I'm also unbelievably content with what I have right now. You know, like, I don't need any of those things. I mean, but I'll take them. I'll take some Gambit. I'll take some Rogue. I'll take some Nightcrawler, some Cyclops, Bishop. I think Bishop actually would make, thinking of like the game itself, of like Punisher's really popular, right? Hit scanny kind of characters, but like Punisher's just Punisher, right? Like, he's got guy with guns, right? And Bucky is guy with gun and crazy arm. Whereas like Bishop would be guy with telekinetic abilities and gun. Like, so I feel like he could do some more stuff. Or like Cable would be cool. Oh, if we got Cable, game over. That would be. But yeah, so there's a lot of like characters like that intrigue me then as I'm just spitballing. But of course, my brain knows X-Men more than anything with the Marvel universe and comics and stuff. So I always just go to X-Men. But I'm sure there's plenty of other Marvel things, but all I care about is X-Men. Or more Spider-Man villains, actually, would be cool. Green Goblin would make for a pretty cool one. Kingpin would actually be. Squirrel just has nuts. I mean, she does. But her nuts are crazy, and it's fine. She got crazy nuts. But yeah, magic kind of gives like a glimpse of what like the teleporting would be, but I almost would rather like what if I'm trying to think of like I want like magic's is weird because hers is essentially a dash. That's all magic has. It's dash that that looks like a teleport, right? I want like a legit like Loki clones, like the way you can place Loki clones. You can like you pull them out and you place them, right? I think a streamlined mechanic like that, where you can just bamf back and forth, would be super cool. And of course, he'd have his swords. Like 100%, you can't give me a game with Nightcrawler without the swords. Like that's how he would do damage. But I kind of would be okay if he did like no damage. Like if he has that kind of mobility, I think it's fair that he is like weak as all hell. Like, because if he can just zip, zap, Zooble all across the board, like in a different way than Spider-Man and stuff, I feel like it would have to be kind of like Spider-Man-esque, where it's like it's very combo heavy and executional rather than like Punisher or Squirrel Girl or, you know, character that shoots thing, does damage, you know? It needs to be a little bit more intricate. Again, though, Nightcrawler and Colossus and Gambit. Again, the fact that we have magic makes me feel like we're 100% going to get Colossus. Like, magic's an offshoot, whereas Colossus is more of a standard. And so if we've got magic, we got it. We got to get her brother, right? And they're all about the team ups and stuff, so that would make sense that then they could have it. I mean, realistically, his team up would still be with Logan doing the fastball special, just like Thing now has too. But apparently, everybody loves just throwing Wolverine. True, just similar to Magic popping in and out with the sword. Yeah, that would be like the Nightcrawler vibes. But like I said, I'm perfectly content with everybody we got anyway. Like, it's fun to speculate, but I don't, it's not like I'm like, man, this game is ass without blank, you know? It's pretty dope. Pretty dope. So all I'm doing now is just kind of looking in spots that need a little bit more attention from like where the light source is coming and how the shape is moving, right? So I'm trying to add areas of like deeper shadow and ink and stuff like that, so it just feels better, like for lack of a better for lack of a more sophisticated term, it just feels better, right? Making sure these things, like all of these rocks, right, feel like they're existing in space and he has space between them, and it's a whole thing, not just like a bunch of lines that exist on him, but rather actual things that exist in space that catch light and cause shadows and stuff like that. I'm down to my last piece of chocolate now. Yeah, this whole thing with streaming late is weird. The thing made of things, right? I know. Nothing but sophisticated conversation and insight, right? Nothing but here. That's all we got. You know what? People ask, like, how do you control it? Sometimes you're just born with it, you know? You've got that great insight. Xbox, clip that. I do wish you could easily do that without having the stupid, like, overlay and stuff with all the other nonsense. I just want it almost to be built into Discord or something, right? Built into something that's already just listening to my voice, where I can be like, hey, clip that. Because there are so many fun moments when you play games, you know? Or silly moments. Yeah, you need to set it up so on a whim, just record it with a button. which I could easily do too, but I don't. So my first couple ones that I was drawing, I'm seeing now by comparison with everything else, feel very crappy because they're very samey. Like I said at first, I felt like I was doing too much of that. So I'm quickly just redoing a couple of these so they have more variety in shape and size. Gotcha. So you did have it set with just a button. Well, then get it going. Get that stuff recording. Man, so talk about being messy now. I'm just really trying to like cross hatch the hell out of stuff. This is super messy. I feel like we need a little bit more separation here by the fist. Oh no, there was a tiny little bit of chocolate on my thumb and I just scratched my forehead. I just like rubbed chocolate on my forehead. I know the thing is having multiple things auto recording with NVIDIA, Microsoft, SteelSeries, etc. That's what I was saying. Like I wish Simba style. I think I Rafiki'd myself with chocolate. I think that's what they did in the original movie, right? It was with chocolate. He cracked open a cocoa bean. Actually, we thought it was something else, but it was really a cocoa bean. But no, I wish it was like, yeah, I wish there was, you could unify. That's why I said like I wish Discord or something like that, like something that we already have running that I don't need to run excess software for, right? I think that would be a lot better for recording little clips. Like, yes, I can stream stuff, but streaming games, the way I like the once you get into the weeds of like how to stream content and then record it, it's a lot of, because the games now are variable frame rates, like nobody's computer's running everything at 120 frames, right? And so you need to account for the variable frame rates in recording. And things like that cause really large file sizes. Oh, they already run automatically? I've turned all of mine off. I don't have any sort of excess recording software happening in any way other than like OBS for this kind of stuff. Otherwise, it's all shut off. Just because I already have so like with OBS and stuff like that, I'm like, I've already got enough. I don't want more. Well, not the recording, but the programs themselves. That whenever you need, you can. Okay, so this I get what you're saying. That like I guess true. Like NVIDIA is running in the background for me at every given moment, but I've turned off its ability. I thought to even like access the screen recording thing. Probably fine now that since I've updated this computer quite a bit, but I don't know. The more I've got my like all the different software on here for streaming and recording and stuff, now I'm just like, I hate having more things run if I don't have to. Because now even for my microphone, I've got, like I've got it plugged into the XLR amp, and then that mic is going through the Wave XLR, which is running through like all these different audio modifiers that I have to make my voice sound like okay and not pick up other things and stuff like that. Yeah, it's been nice when you reset. Yeah, sometimes when you reset your computer in the sense of that, it's like new phone, where it's like, it feels so clean at first. So like you can add stuff to it and you don't feel like you're bogging it down or doing things like it's all new. It's clean. It's a weird feeling that like unless people with computers don't understand, people without computers don't really grasp it, I feel like, because it's a weird satisfying feeling with a computer especially, and unbelievably daunting too, not gonna lie, because then it's like holy crap, I like the things you forgot that you had installed, or plugins, or weird little settings, or there's so much nuance too. It's nice and daunting at the same time. It would be nice to record, say, something as random as a fart. Because, some people's microphones are nicely tuned, such as mine, to not pick up any excess audio, even when I'm typing on my keyboard really loudly, or, even when my girlfriend comes in, nobody can hear it, just my voice. But some people, namely when they're goofballs on the Xbox, apparently, and their crappy mics, they will get to hear their farts and everything. I still hate not. Yeah, I don't like the idea of missing it. Okay, so I've been doing a lot here. I feel like I've given so much detail. I keep forgetting I never did this. His arm here. Ugh, gross. I guess I can now. But no, everything looks so messy. Some of these areas look like way too clean now. So I need to go muck them up, just muck about a little bit. Don't mind me being... Hey, what did you do with that drawing? I squiggled? Do you like my squiggle? Like, because he's got so much detail, I feel like I just need to lean into that. You know what I mean? Like, normally with a cleaner look, I don't think I'd want to do it like that. But because he's got so much breaks and shape anyway, I feel like just making it messy is like, it just lean into it, And I think that works. I mean, even if it doesn't work, it's what I did, so... Oh well. All I know is, even if I don't get color, I need the line work done today. And then I can always color him this weekend, right? I already have, like, at least a rough idea of what I want to do. In one of his animations, he, like, punches down and, like, his arms get, like, this weird, glowy, molten energy. And that's kind of, like, I don't think you'll be able to see when I crack that open. But, like, when I was sketching in the idea, I want to be sure I do that, like that. Like, this obviously doesn't line up now, but, like, in the cracks, it's, like, coming out and glowing, like. So, like, I've already resolved, and I figured just a nice white light coming down, but then, like, a blue rim light here. Like, so, like, the logic is already kind of hammered out of what I want him to look like. So hopefully I can just kind of, maybe this weekend when we watch a cartoon or something, we can finish him up. But yeah, looking through these, his face, definitely, I like his face a little more now that I'm looking at, like, original sketch to the face we drew. I think we thinned it out a little bit and tightened the expression a little more. I think it reads better. Okay. It is probably 2:30, isn't it? It's 2:13. Okay, no, see, I've got so much time. I've got 20 minutes to draw, to finish him from an inking perspective at the very least. That's like 20 minutes. That's like a half hour, right? That's like my mom's logic. My mom is notorious for like, yeah, we've got like 20 minutes. That means we can leave in a half hour. I'm like, that's what I was raised on. So that's what my Britain Central Time, you know what I mean? Like, that's how my brain works. And I know she'd always like text, once texting was a thing. She'd text like, oh, I'm on my way. I'm like, Mom, you're in the bathroom. Like, we're not even in the car. We are not on our way. You can't say that. That's not how this works. And so it's funny when my mom says like, on my way, I don't have an Apple device, but oh, this looks like a weird thumb. Like, it looks like a fingernail, the way that rock is. I don't like that. I don't have Apple. I've got Android because I'm a self-respecting human being. But my girlfriend and my family all have Apple devices, and so they can stalk each other. And so it's always funny when my mom's like, oh, I'm heading out now. I'm like, 10 minutes later, I'm like, hey, stalk my mom. Where's she at? And it's like, yeah, she's still home. She didn't leave. Like, she's still there. Cool. Thank you. The one good thing for Apple devices like that is the stalking feature because it helps. Like, okay, we don't need to leave yet. She hasn't even left the house. And obviously iPads. These are pretty good. I'll admit, as I'm sitting here using it every day. But that's it. That's all I draw the line at is Apple for their iPads. iPhones, no tanks. Though again, man, they get the coolest cases because they have so much more of a marketing push for all of their individual cases. The amount of times I go to Disney, I'm like, man, not gonna lie. The most enticing argument made to get an iPhone is by Disney because they usually have adorable damn cases. Not Apple. Apple doesn't convince me. I don't really give a crap. I don't want any of your stuff. But Disney's doing more work than Apple, in my mind. That convinces me far more. My phone case here is black. It's just it is on my Pixel. It's just black. Nothing to it. I add my, pop sockets for differentiation, but that's it. Whereas Disney's like, what about these amazing cases you could get? I'm like, oh, that does sound nice. I do want those. But psych. Not here for the iPhone game. I feel like I've gotten better as I've drawn this at making these pieces larger, which is funny because now some of these pieces look way too small. So I have to like commit to the fact that I made them larger now, but I still kind of need to do them smaller just so it fits with the rest, unfortunately, even though they look better larger. It's less messy and busy, but because I've already committed and I'm not redoing all of those things I already did, why can't I have a big eared Dumbo case or big waffle case, neither of which fit in my pocket? Right, I know. It is funny how like absolutely obnoxious some of those cases are too. I'm like, who's actually what? Like my sister for the longest time had like it was a watermelon. Like it was a piece of water, like a whole half a watermelon was her case or whatever. I'm like, what are you doing with that? Like the phone became like triple the size. Like it's so obnoxious, some of them. But I mean, more power to you if you're rocking it, sure. But like some of that stuff is like, well, I thought what is the point of that then? Like that is just a whole other level of scale then. But I guess like if you've got like if you always carry it in a purse or something that has the space for it, but like yeah, I can't fit any of those things in my pocket. That's where they all go, just right in my pocket. How am I supposed to use that then? Ain't no way. I need to get back the old Jinko jeans then with those big old pockets. I'll bring them back. I'll be cool. Then I can fit my phone in there. Just like I used to try and take my Switch apart and fit it in my pocket. Put the screen in my back pocket. Put the Joy-Cons like in my hoodie. Similar energy. I haven't like dirtied up these little bricks too much, and I think that's why this whole area I didn't finish it, and then I didn't like dirty any of this up with my messy nonsense. I think that's why it looked extra like it seems extra weird to me, but that makes sense. I didn't realize I hadn't readdressed this space. Yeah, come next week. I don't know. I need to reassess, speaking of reassessing, how I'm going to handle food with streaming, because I do want to keep streaming longer like this, like, you know, but I don't, like, I am hungry. My head hurts. I feel kind of gross, and I just don't, because again, if I eat at like 9, I usually eat then at 12:30 or a little later at most, and it was always pushing it when I would eat at like 1:30 with streaming as is. But now I'm like, I don't know if I can do this every day I stream, so I need to figure out what I can eat or how I can do it with my weird, maybe I make my weird protein blend before streaming, and then I just go run downstairs and grab it in the fridge kind of, and just have a bowl of that while I stream, kind of break into a little story time or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Because again, switching over, I've committed that, yeah, I'm going to switch all my schedules to Tuesday, Thursday, and see how that timeline goes for me. If I like it, if I don't, we'll see. But it is lame, like, because on Reddit and Blue Sky and Instagram and Twitch and my link tree, Ninja eats while live. You're good. Ninja's a garbage human being. All right, he's such a nerd. And watching him now, I've seen like clips of him. Jesus Christ, he is not very good at Marvel Rivals. Like, he kind of sucks. Like, for where he is, I feel like he's been so hard carried in so many ways. And like, yeah, I enjoyed him when in the Fortnite craze, but I don't know. He does not. His current energy is not one that I vibe with as much anymore. I don't really. It's honestly, it's hard because like so many gaming streamers just come off as douchebags nowadays. Like, straight up douchebags. Like, unfortunately, that's just like, that's why I love Dr. Lupo. He was such like a goofball and was like so lighthearted with stuff. And I don't know, they all either take it too seriously, they've made too much money now, and they have like this weird ego to them, or all these things. I don't know. Like, or then you've got, you know, Nick Merckx or those kind of people who are just straight up Joe Rogan douchers. But, you know, I'm yet to find anybody anymore, even with Marvel Rivals, that like I vibe with. I've got like my fighting game people, you know, because that's a different community. But I feel like a lot of like the shooting games and competitive like that, like some of those people just, it's all a very similar vibe. I've actually watched streaming wise a handful of the live streams of the tournaments that they've done in Rivals, and that's actually not too bad. The casters they have, I'm not a huge fan of a lot of the people, like the newscasters for them, but they're not bad. It's not like they're ones that you like, oh my god, this guy. There's like, I don't have like a super affinity for them, but they're also not bad. And then at least you see high level gameplay. You see some cool stuff without being too like inundated with like overly toxic gameplay from millionaire male streamers. I'm doing like a bunch of cross hatching on his face right now just to kind of help. So I didn't do a lot of cross hatching anywhere else, right? It's all squiggly, but I wonder if doing squiggly and then a little cross hatching on his face will help his face kind of stand out. Just a little. Like I don't want to do it too much, right? Just a little. Just a little bit. Excuse me. But yeah, speaking of streaming, it is definitely like so streaming while making art, right? I found what I can and can't do very well on stream because like in terms of communicating while drawing, there's certain things that like my brain needs different type of attention for, right? Or with. And I feel like playing games is also pretty hard. Like especially if you're doing like a high level, like you're actually doing competitive, it's pretty hard. Like because when we play games, it's one of those things where like the second you hear like, oh, we're talking, we're shooting, you know, whatever, just talking about random stuff. And then like the second stuff gets hairy, it's like, ooh, hold on, let me finish. You know, like you gotta focus. And so like on stream, even the couple times I've played Rivals, like it was hard, like to talk and play efficiently, I will say. Or I've played a couple games on stream and but I feel like it would be kind of just like with my art stuff where it's like, once I get the hang of it, it's a little easier. But like right now, when I've done it, especially since I've eliminated my game streams and I'm just focusing on the art ones anyway, that like I'm not like getting experience doing it. And like anything, you just need the reps put in sometimes help. But off the rip, it was quite difficult. I say as I immediately go silent and just focus on drawing. I realize how far I still have to go before I want to be done. Man, speaking of Ninja though, like the fact that he has like a personal chef anyway now, like oh yeah, the personal chef or whatever that would come and just make him food. I don't got that. I've got a personal chef. I gotta make my protein and get all my stuff together, and then have it ready in a fridge, kind of jank, and then go down and grab it. Very different energy. Very different. My brain just remembered. I forgot when he got the personal friggin' chef. Constant door, like ugh. As someone who doesn't like eating like out like you know like other restaurants or fast foods, I like having like my own home cooked things or smaller things like that. That idea grosses me out. Like so many streamers just have all of that like constant DoorDash or you know like yeah, no thank you, no. And that's expensive as hell. Like obviously a personal chef is pretty expensive too. But just saying, like, that adds up. The idea of door dashing too, all of that. Like, not only is eating out pricey, but then eating out and paying for it to come to you. No, thank you. I'll make my protein at home. Funny enough, he said that's why he switched to a personal chef as they were spending so. I mean, that makes sense. If you're spending so, like, I'm sure it's probably like comparable. And at that point, like, why would you not just get the better version if it's a comparable investment in cost then for you? Like, and again, the amount of money that friggin' nerd is bringing in, or what? I mean, I'm sure he's still bringing in buttloads. So I'm saying the amount he was bringing in at his peak too. Like, if he was even remotely intelligent with how he saved or invested, I'm sure he's very well off right now. Laugh/cries and non-millionaire monies. Yeah. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. And it's crazy with Twitch, like as I've seen with like the way the algorithm works with Twitch, and by algorithm I mean the lack thereof. There's no discoverability on Twitch. You just kind of go, right? And I think it's crazy because essentially the idea is the rich get richer kind of energy, right? Where if you are like I make fun, like I don't like Tim the Tap Man, right? Like we've talked about before. I don't like his streams that much. I don't like his energy. But you know what the top person is when you go to look at streams? It's Tim the Tap Man because he has the most viewers for rivals and stuff like that, right? It's usually him or Shroud or any of these other people. But like, okay, well, you have to actively scroll past or change your sorting to get to people who aren't them, you know? So it's like the people who have the most viewers continue to just get more viewers. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a very hard point of entry, which is why I said, screw that. I'm going to do it, but with art. And then I found out everybody on here makes furries and like NSFW stuff. And then I'm like, well, cool. I just like drawing comic books. Can we also just do that, please, guys? Is this a market we can kind of agree on is okay? I'm not a VTuber and I'm not an NSFW furry artist, but like I still do cool things, I swear. So yeah, his arm right now, his left arm, our right, it's very busy. Like it just looks like a bunch of nonsense. Hopefully with coloring, with light, it'll help because right now it is getting very, very lost. What if I just slap on a hell of a lot of darks right here? Again, this is such. I'm trying so hard to do like, it's okay to be messy. But then some of these things I'm doing, like, dear God, this is so messy. I'm just trying to quickly, now that I've got everything in, since I'm being so messy and I was so clean at first, I'm trying to go in and just kind of like muck it up, which sounds weird to like make it ugly, but I literally am just like mucking it up. So like we've got a friend working on weathering material for like an Aragorn figure of his, right? And it's like, nah, make it dirtier. And like that's kind of what I feel like I'm doing here. It's like, yeah, just make it muckier, make it grimier, make it dirtier. Which the anal like person in me, this I'm still getting over because that kind of kills me. Doing being like, hey, I made it clean, now make it messy. Dirty this up. But in doing it, I'm also trying to make sure there's more shadow, right? So like so this arm has like a lot of variety where like back here didn't as much. So I'm just trying to make sure there's a little bit. I still want it to be less because this arm is going to be more heavily lit, right? This is where the light source is coming from. So I want it to be a little more blown out to an extent than the other arm, but I still kind of need it to, it still needs to feel in the same space, right? And so to do that, I still need to give it a little bit more of this squiggly grime and deeper shadows in between some of these to make it fit. Oh, it's getting all squiggly up in here. So I'm guessing it's already time I need to call it quits, isn't it? It is, yeah, past my time. 2:36. How far did we get? Pretty much done, right? Let's close off the other layer there so I can actually see the sketchiness. So I feel like I need a little bit more down here on his leg. And I don't know if it works, the fact that I don't have any of it on the pants, but that makes sense because that's like an organic, or inorganic, I mean, like it's a structure rather than the organic nature of his body and stuff. So I wonder, we'll see, we'll see. Maybe I need to squiggle the hell out of the rest of his pants too later. But for now, I think it'll be okay. We'll see. Once color's on, maybe I'll have a different tune, which is very likely. But I guess since I do have a little bit of the color already here, we can pop it on in a second and take a like a sneak peek at what the energy would look like a little bit once we get that ball rolling. I'm just adding a little bit here on the hands just because it's everything's so messy now, and that was way too clean. So where was the color? I think some of this though looks. Yeah, I think that works with the pants. Maybe I'll add a little bit of like texture to the pants then still, like when I paint it, just so it's not white. I think that works actually. So, I mean, the colors obviously don't line up. It's kind of messy right now, but like if we just like, I can use this still as a base, right? And I'll just quickly, since we're here, let me just quickly paint these on just for the moment. This is messy, and I kind of am okay with that because that's the style we're going with right now. It's supposed to be not super clean, right? Clean enough, but not like I can't color fill this bad boy. There's too many little bricks. You know, like holy crap, if you try and color fill this, I'd be here for longer than if I just colored it, like by hand. Again, we don't, I'm just going to post probably today, just that I've got at least the sketch or the lines done, but this weekend we'll see if I have time. I will hopefully get this done so then on Monday we can get back to drawing Squirrel Girl, probably, would be the hope. That's kind of my plan right now. Everything, or not Monday, I'm sorry, Tuesday, because I just said we're changing schedule to Tuesday, Thursdays. That's kind of the plan right now, but obviously we'll see what I get done this weekend. You know me, I'm the master of having like 18 almost finished pieces. So we'll see. Maybe the thing will stay like that, unfortunately. I hope not. Because I really want to get used to, like, you need to get back in the swing of finishing work rather than just now sketching them on stream and being like, yeah, they look cool, and then never posting them because they're never done. Okay, so there was at least basic color, and then here was like, ooh, that's ugly. Like, these were not good shadows. These were very muddy colors I'd slapped on. Just trying to get the vibe, right? But I mean, like, the energy, right? That still feels good. And then that molten stuff. Yeah, this will be fun. I think it'll be good to draw him more on this weekend. So I just want to sketch in a couple more squiggles because I'm looking at a couple spots. Again, so sophisticated, my art nowadays. Just squiggles. You know, squiggle me. I'm the squiggle king. Okay, just kidding. I'm done. Cool. I am so hungry. That little bar did not do crap for me. So I'm going to go eat. It's been a good stream. Thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you guys have a good Friday and upcoming weekend then, right? So full weekend ahead. Hopefully exciting things with Lopology with your in-laws. Hopefully you get some nice relaxing time in between there too. I will enjoy my air. My air filled with delicious protein. Okay, it's good. Don't mock it. It's delicious. But I need to do my hold on. It's Disney Springs tonight. That sounds fantastic. So can I do my like Ben Grimm? How is he posed? Because I gotta do stupid thumbnails now. Growling. I don't know. Pointing up. The streamer like point. Or the YouTuber point. Gotta do the curvy lip. What is the curvy lip? I gotta do a curvy lip like Ben's face? Like that? Am I doing it? I can't try and do that for real. I feel like it looks like I'm having a stroke. I think that's it. Xbox clip that. That was gold. You're welcome. You're welcome. It was absolutely gold for everybody. But yeah, cool. Right? It's hard to do. But all right, I'm starving. I'm gonna go enjoy my air and then get on schmoovin' with all the other things I need to do today. But thank you guys for tuning in. Hope you guys have a good weekend. And until next time, be kind and kick butt. Just kidding. Be kind and kick butt. I just found my mouse. It was gone. Goodbye for real.